We're gonna take a
but you're not able to hear. Okay.
The question before us on whether or not to grant a continuance. We typically do not grant two continuances, and there was already one from our last meeting. I know that you said that the applicant is unable to attend, but I know that there are other in opposition here and other neighbors. So I believe we should be able to move forward with this
May
hearing
I
this
make a
evening.
comment? Madam,
Mayor, I agree. I think that we should move forward with this hearing tonight.
So is there a motion to deny the continuance?
I would make that motion.
Okay, that was by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
So that passes 6-1.
I'm
And-
sorry. I didn't hear you.
So your motion for continuance has been denied,
Has been
and we'll call
denied.
for you later in the meeting.
We have never asked for one, and what we don't understand is
I
Mr.
understand.
Isaacson has had two.
Thank you.
In the affirmative, I will say this, we will
I'm sorry.
proceed with this case forward on appeal, okay? Above this board. We were
Your
asking
time
for
is
the
up.
city
Thank you.
council's help. Thank you.
Mayor Vaughn, could you confirm how that vote was?
Excuse me?
Could you
6-1.
confirm the vote on that motion to deny?
So that was
1.
6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem. Is Mrs. Hightower able?
Our IT department is working with her to try and resume audio for her.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to the rest of our meeting, I would like to call on our city manager to talk about the new appointment of our police chief. I know that that has been important to many people.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. So we were glad to appoint Chief John Thompson as our next chief of police. Don't know if he's here. And It's been a wonderful deputy chief, and we were very happy to do that. So once again, congratulations, chief. Happy to have you on board as our chief. Don't know if Mayor and council want to say anything to that, or you want the chief to say something.
Chief, would you like to? I believe the swearing is on January 10th.
This resolution. Okay. This is a little new for me. Thank you. It's been a whirlwind. Friday made the announcement. So I'm not used to being in front of the media, the public. I've had my picture taken more in the last 3 days than I probably have my entire life. So getting used to it, but I'm excited. I just want to take the opportunity to say that the city of Greensboro has a phenomenal police department, and it's truly a humbling honor to be selected as the chief of such a great police department. I'm excited to get moving. We've kind of been in a little bit of a holding pattern for the last 6 or 7 months. I know our folks are ready to move forward. We have a lot of really innovative initiatives that we're going to push forward in this new year. So I'm excited, and I look forward to working with every one of you council members on some things that we have coming forward. I know we've done some work in the past, and so I'm excited, and I look forward to working more closely with the community. There's one thing you know about me is family is important. I have my wife and my 7-year-old twins, and we're constantly out in the community, engaged with the community, with me and my kids. They're actually now, they begin to ask, so where are we going this weekend, Dad? Is this a community event? Are we going to the park? Are we going to another event? So I'm excited to get to know the community, let the community get to know me, and get moving forward. So thank you.
We look forward to your service and we thank Interim Chief Tess Biffle for the great job that she has done since Chief James left. And so we know that there'll be good continuity as you get on. And I do want to say that you were very instrumental in the Be Heart team, which I think was one of the biggest improvements that we've had in a long time. I thank you for thinking outside of the box to do things differently, to really work on a need, and also with the civilian traffic enforcement. So thank you for, those are just two of the many things that you've done over your years of service, and we look forward to seeing more.
And I'll just say that's the tip of the iceberg. There are a lot of wonderful things to come for the organization, which in turn will obviously impact the community positively. So I look forward to doing that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, just to confirm, the swearing in is on January 10, 9 a.m. at the Carolina Theater.
Wonderful.
We will send out information in advance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. Residents may sign up to speak by 6 o'clock by using the Q-Minder kiosk just outside the chamber door. Please see our courier for assistance. Motions and votes will be conducted electronically. Each member of council must vote unless there is a direct conflict. And I do believe that Mrs. Hightower is now patched through. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you.
We do allow and welcome speakers to address council on agenda items. Council respects the right for the public to speak about matters of concern that can be addressed by council. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Comments that seem to be intended to incite unlawful behavior will be deemed out of order. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. Zoning matters do allow for a 15-minute presentation, both for and against the rezoning. There is also a 5-minute rebuttal period for each side. Following the introduction of each case, staff will make a presentation before opening the floor for questions from council. The mayor will call upon speakers in the order in which they registered. At that time, their lines at council will be unmuted or they can come to the podium. All speakers should identify themselves with their name for the record. Once an item has been completed, the meeting host will remove speakers for the item from the Zoom call. Council will make a motion and a second to close the public hearing. The floor will be open for council deliberation and discussions. Motions and seconds to move an item should be entered electronically and voted on by roll call. Mayor will announce the vote results. The city of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Thus, harassment, words, jokes, actions, or comments based on an individual's sex, sexual orientation, race, ethnic background, age, religion, physical condition, or other legally protected characteristic will not be tolerated. If you wish to submit a written comment, please do so online at www.greensboro-nc.gov. We do have a consent agenda, items G1 through G33, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the January 17th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. We do have one ceremonial item this evening, and it is item E1, a resolution recognizing the Minerva Lithium LLC Chief Executive Officer and co-founder, Dr. Sheba Daywood. Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do wish to move the following resolution to recognize Minerva Lithium LLC Chief Executive Officer and co-founder, Dr. Sheba Daywood. Whereas Dr. Sheba Daywood, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and founder of Minerva Lithium LLC, was born, raised, and educated from primary school through university in India. She received both her bachelor's in nanotechnology in 2011 and a master's in nanotechnology from Amity University in 2013. And she maintained a consistent grade point average of 3.0. Whereas Dr. Daywood served as a research assistant from 2012 through 2013 in Brisbane, Australia, at the University of Queensland, where she engineered biocompatible polyurethanes with mechanical and thermal stability for use in medical devices. Whereas Dr. Daywood enrolled in the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, UNCG, in 2016 to pursue her PhD in nanoscience as graduate research assistant in Dr. Himali Ratnaike's research group, and she successfully spearheaded and completed 2 projects with a patent published on one. Whereas in April 2020, Dr. Daywood was named the UNCG Student Entrepreneur of the Year and the recipient of the Jerry Maguire Scholarship. In August 2020, she obtained a doctorate in nanoscience from UNCG with a GPA of 3.54, and later that year assumed the position of research assistant for the Southeastern Nanotechnology Infrastructure Corridor Joint School of Nanoscience and Engineering. Whereas in 2021, Dr. Daywood and Dr. Himali Ratnaike co-founded Minerva Lithium LLC, a spin-out company based on licensed technology from UNCG and the Joint School of Nanoscience and Nanoengineering in Greensboro, North Carolina. Whereas Minerva Lithium LLC is a small minority woman-owned business, and the company's first innovative product is clean energy technology that utilizes the proprietary nanomosaic membrane filter system for critical materials extraction from non-traditional water resources. Whereas Dr. Daywood was featured as a speaker at TEDx Greensboro 2021, alongside notables such as the NC Brazilian Arts Project, Yihong Yun, and Tracy Criswell. Whereas under Dr. Daywood's research and leadership, Minerva Lithium LLC has won multiple financial awards from several prestigious institutions, including the National Science Foundation and the Small Business Innovation Research, placed first in the 2021 Capital Connect competition, and also listed as one of the top CEOs in mineral science. Whereas in 2022, Dr. Daywood's startup, located at 2901 East Gate City Boulevard in East Greensboro, bested 20 hand-selected startups to win the coveted TechCrunch Battlefield Cup and $100,000 in TechCrunch's Startup Battlefield at Disrupt San Francisco, the world's preeminent startup competition. Whereas Dr. Sheba Daywood has been in the field of research for over 15 years and has been a contributor to 8 peer-reviewed journals, 1 patent, and 1 book chapter. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council recognizes the accomplishments and contributions of Dr. Sheba Daywood, and not only science, UNCG, and the Triad area, but the world. That a copy of this resolution shall be presented to Dr. Sheba Daywood as a symbol of the gratitude of the people of Greensboro for her unwavering dedication to clean energy, science, technology, engineering, and math, and the pursuit of excellence. Dr. Daywood, please come forward.
Council, it was moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, I'm a yes. If
Thank
you
you.
can, yeah, it's not working again. So
Okay,
maybe
we'll
Tori can
We'll
get me in.
continue to call on you for a voice vote.
Thank you.
That passes 8-0.
Tori, hold on. Hold on. Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank Mayor Nancy Vaughan and City Council Hugh Holston for this recognition. It's a great honor. Receiving such recognition feels like a sense of, encouragement. And also, I would like to thank 2 most important people in my life. And first, my mother, who is a huge resource of strength and inspiration, and who also taught me values through faith in Christ. And my second person that I would like to thank is my professor, who is here, and also my partner in the company, Dr. Himali Ratnaike, She has been a huge support since I came here in Greensboro, and she is the one who supported me. And if I'm today in all my achievements academically and also professionally, she has played a very significant role. And I really thank these two people, and also my family, my husband, my in-laws who are here, and my friend Harshita and Vaishnavi, and all who have supported all through this journey. And one thing that I would say that is I came to Greensboro in 2016 to pursue my PhD here in UNCG. And I joined Dr. Hemali Ratnaika because I believed in her vision. Her research focused in renewable energy and environmental remediation. From my mother and from my professor, what I learned is most important than success is the journey that leads to the success. So this is something that I have learned from both of them. And Minerva Lithium here focuses on developing sustainable energy technology. And with this technology, we would be able to extract critical minerals. And this is going to contribute a lot to the clean tech energy, as the whole world right now is transitioning to that. And with this, I would say I'm humbled to say that if we get right investors and right investment, this would be able to create more number of jobs to our very own Greensboro. And that is what our vision is. And I hope collectively we all will achieve this. Thank you.
Mr. Holston?
Yes. If you haven't already heard of Minerva Lithium, you will in the future. Dr. Daywood is very humble. What the clean technology she's talking about, and there are going to be others, I'm sure, but one of them is lithium, the extraction of lithium. And when I say lithium, you think of batteries, you think of the energy we talked about earlier. You think about the Toyota plant that is coming to the area. And the exciting part is that this is going to be revolutionary. This is going to be transformational. This is going to be it's about sustainability. It's about economic development. It's about opportunity. It's about equity. It's about entrepreneurship. And she wants to build that here in Greensboro. We have a tremendous momentum going on in Greensboro already. And Dr. Daywood and Dr. Renatke are going to make sure that it continues in all the sectors, and tying in the universities and the students and the educational pieces is going to be another magnet that attracts those students and those brains to Greensboro. But guess what? We're also not going to let go of them, because they're going to have places to go, whether it's Minerva Lithium or Toyota or Boom, and you can kind of keep going on and on. So that's what makes me so excited about what's going on with Minerva Lithium. And I want to say again, congratulations, and thank you for calling Greensboro home.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now it's time for our consent agenda. We do have a speakers on item G6, so we'll remove that item from the consent agenda.
A second.
So that is the consent agenda minus item number G6, moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Hightower?
Aye.
So that passes 8-0. Item number G6 is a resolution approving change order number 2 in the amount of $200,000 for contract 2020-018 for the Eugene and Belmead Streetscape Project with Yates Construction Company. We do have 3 speakers on this item. Marianne Contagenis, Elizabeth Contagenis, and Charles Manuel.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Marianne Contagenis, and I kind of feel like I'm Bob Murray living through Groundhog Day all over again. Here we are talking about Yates Construction, talking about the closure and the effects of that on part of Eugene Street where my family has a business there. It's been there 55 years, has survived 3 times in 9 years closure of their front door. A project that that was supposed to take 4 weeks. We were promised, my poor brother was promised 4 weeks, has now taken 8 weeks. And maybe the street will be open on Thursday. Okay. And so Jimmy, made it through November. In December, he could not even have his usual annual pastry bake sale because he didn't have the access to his restaurant. Today, he even had a woman circle the block for half an hour to try to find how to get to the restaurant to buy a gift certificate for one of her friends for Christmas. This is unacceptable. This is continuing. You guys told us it wasn't going to happen. And now Yates Construction is coming to you for more money for what? One of the items I believe in their request was that they had to do special signage. There's no special signage out there. It's just the usual signage that they had. And as a matter of fact, it's the same signage they had out there in January before the project got stopped. So there's not additional signage. Have they had additional people there? No, they've had no one there to help direct traffic. So we're again fending on our own. It is most inappropriate to give them additional monies for this. There is no incentive to them. And as long as city council continues to give them money, it is very inappropriate, and they just won't close up shop. There's no incentive for them to finish early with this project. It is extremely detrimental to my family's business. I don't work there anymore, but I help my brother out every way I can, and I'm extremely concerned about it. I do own part of the property there, so I'm very concerned with it. Again, had we not had that, Jimmy would be forced with closing his doors again, looking at doing that. Businesses they can't tolerate this. And city council keeps hitting our business in Select Cycle. Why are we the only 2 that get our front door closed? In all of these renovations and projects, that hasn't happened. You're getting ready to award them $200,000, I believe, in their request. That money should go to our businesses. In the 3 times as much business as our businesses have lost. We came earlier in the month and I asked you for proposal to give us each $100,000 grant and matching funds up to $100,000 each so that we could repair the buildings and bring it up to facade to help with the beautification of the street. We haven't heard back, and we're very sad to see the possibility of Yates getting more money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I guess you guys know who I am too. But, it saddens
You do
me.
need to say your name. For
My
the
name's
record.
Elizabeth Contagianis, and I'm part owner of the Acropolis too. Okay. Reason I'm here is because I can't understand, and I want to reinforce what my sister said, how Yates could actually want anything else. They have not done any signage to help us. People still don't know how to get there. And when you put us on the map, it shows a red road. You can't go down it. So why do they think that they should get more money? They haven't done anything to at least even try to make their deadline that we were promised. Whenever I've gone by there, I haven't really seen them do much of anything. So why do they think that they're doing such a great job that they should get rewarded for it? Now, I hope you guys don't think that they should get rewarded for not doing what they said they were going to do, and to actually go ahead and try to do as much as they can do to not go over the time that they allotted for this to be finished. Because they're taking your money for nothing, because they should have been finished weeks ago. Not wanting to go ahead and extend it more. And as my sister said also, we were promised that this wouldn't happen again. And what happened? It happened again. And when we were here last time, we asked for something to come back from the city council, but we haven't heard a thing. We haven't even heard, well, not one thing that showed that you guys had really even thought about us. And actually, we just happened to find out, John told us that you were talking about giving them, it came in the Rhino Times. The Rhino Times, it leads out with $500,000. So I don't know how they got $500,000, but then it mentions 200,000 in there twice. So I don't know what it is they're asking, but you know, I mean, I don't understand how they feel entitled when we're the ones that are suffering. They're just stretching it out to see how much more money they can get. And they shouldn't be rewarded for that. We're the ones suffering, my brother and John. You can't go through the street. Nobody even still knows how to get there. They go round and round, as my sister said. So I want to know how their signage has helped anybody and why they deserve money for specifically signage. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Hill? Yes.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for the chance to speak before you again on an ongoing matter. Thank you for the progress our city's making for some of the development and the projects that are going on, and I am really proud to be a part of it. I must say that the way the contracts are managed and the third-party contractors are allowed free rein, I don't think you realize what it creates. But there seems to be a lack of oversight, that no one is holding anyone to a timetable or making them accountable for any deadlines they can extend. Even the fire marshal couldn't get them to pass work 5 o'clock on a Friday when they had a disruption to the sprinkler system a couple of weeks ago. So surely no one has authority over these contractors to make them work. They promised they would work on Saturdays if it was inclement weather. There hasn't been one Saturday work in this project. I come in through the orchard each day with a new I-840 coming through. That crew was out there at 6:30 this morning. They'll be out there 10:30 tonight when I go through, usually 7 days a week. There's got to be a way. I know that's federal and state money and we're a different budget with ours, but people can get the job done in an expedient way if they're motivated and managed, and there's some oversight. It seems at will, the timelines can change and no one is held accountable, and the businesses are the victims. And there has been zero compensation. There's been losses. In that business of ours, that one business, we employ 8 to 10 people. The average payroll per day is $2,000 to $3,000. We've had 40 some business days that we have paid. So we're talking 100,000 just to keep people on, because they're very difficult to recruit, train, and there's nothing coming in. The road being closed, whether it's psychological or what, is an impact. So my request is somehow manage the contracts, put someone in a supervisory role to move these projects through a lot faster, and with some consideration to the businesses that are impacted. It's great what you're doing. The development, I applaud, and I want to see more of it, but there's got to be a better way to do it in these steps, especially when you're coming back repeatedly to the same area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manuel? Do you wish to speak? Not to this item? Okay. Which item did you want to speak on? Okay. No, you can come up when it's the time. Sorry, you were marked down for this item. So those concludes our speakers on this item. Mr. Deputy City Manager, can you address just a couple of the delays that we've had with the project, especially
so-
since the last meeting?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So as you know, we've had several days with rain. That's the biggest delay. The cost that you're voting on tonight is associated with the original delay. As you recall, we had a schedule prior to, there was some concerns brought from the business owners to you all, and you asked us to delay. In doing so, you're pulling a contractor off a job that they scheduled out, hired for. There are costs associated with that. The costs that you're seeing right now are part of remobilization, and there were some specifics outlined in that, but that was actually a negotiated cost. The costs were higher to the contractor but we were able to work with them to get a reasonable amount based on what they incurred from not being able to have people work during that time for a scheduled project. Luckily, we had some other projects that they were working on and talked through where they could work at the time during this delay. But rain is the biggest factor.
Just a general question, but thank you, Mr. Wilson, for that explanation of the cost we're looking at now. In general, though, what is the timeline? What is the plan for the completion of this project so that the disruption to the business can be minimized, mitigated, or eliminated?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that. So actually, Ms. Contagianis explained it perfectly. The traffic flow should be open on Thursday. Again, I had hoped to be done last week, but we had more rain. I know asphalt was poured today. There was an additional connection made, so we hope to be wrapped up tomorrow and have traffic flow back on Eugene Thursday.
Thank you.
Any other questions, or is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I have my hand. Can you hear me? I pressed my. on
I'm
the
sorry,
thing.
Mrs. Hightower?
Can you see me? I'm trying to figure this out. It says request submitted, so under you. Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest. We've been listening at them for a few years now, and it just seems there's no compassion anywhere in this process. And I know work has to get done, but there has to be some remediation here. 200,000 on this contract, but they've lost more than that in income. And I just personally think that if you're going to put this contract forward, we need to take care of this expense. We don't need to bill it anymore. And we need to get a solid, firm, in writing commitment to these individuals that have been patiently waiting for 3 years and so. At this point, I can't support moving it forward unless there is something solidified and a commitment to these individuals. They are businesses in our city, and we talk about our small businesses and how we want to support them. This is not showing support. So at this point, I can't support it. I'd even move to deny contract.
So I believe there was a motion from Mrs. Thurm. Did you? Oh.
Go ahead.
Mr. City Manager, my understanding is that this paving and this restructuring of the water system under North Eugene, sorry, was due to the fact that I remember several years ago, Mr. Steve Drew came to us and said, this is the shape of your pipes. And if one of these breaks, you're looking at a 2 to 3 month closure of some of your streets. Now, I don't know if anyone else will remember that, but knowing that most of the pipes were 100 years old, I believe in this area they are. I am certainly empathetic with the small businesses. There's no question about that, having been in small business. I'm just curious. I think I've heard people say, well, this is being done because of another business or another person. I remember those conversations 3-4 years ago with Mr. Drew of Water Resources, and I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm right on that. And we didn't just jump and do this because we wanted to. This was already in the plans. Am I not correct? Yes. Can't hear you.
Sorry.
Is your mic on?
As you recall, we had this scheduled previously for the very same reason.
Because we were starting to have issues and some of them were downtown. I remember some of the corners and things like that. We were starting to have some issues and leakage there and things. So I just want to make sure I'm correct on that because I would never, ever want to delay any small businesses access to their buildings. But then I fear had we not gone ahead and done something that we would have had a major disaster there.
And nor would we. We do not want to inconvenience businesses, but we do have to continue to invest in our infrastructure. At the other end of Eugene, in Fisher Park, we had a pipe burst just the other day. And
Right.
it was everywhere, and we had to shut the street down. So we're doing our very best to invest back in a very old infrastructure so that businesses and residents are not impeded further as a result of pipes bursting.
Well, and I realize wanting to help small business, I don't know if there's anything that we could do marketing wise or, Eugene Street is now open, I don't know, but something to assist. I would just like to see that.
Happy to look at marketing efforts. But with regard to compensation, we do these projects in front of businesses, and I understand this has been a hardship. And we tried very hard to work through times of less inconvenience, but I understand it's always an inconvenience. But we do these projects all over the city, and there will be times where we'll run into weather delays. There will be times where there are complications beyond our control. We certainly want to get these contractors in and out because, as you know, we have a limited amount of contractors and we have multiple projects that we're trying to move them to.
Thank you very much.
I have a
Appreciate
question.
it.
I'm listening to what I vaguely remember the same thing you remember, Councilwoman Abuzawaita. But this 200,000, is it for signage? What is it for?
It is not just for signage, it's for remobilization in addition to other things that were associated with the delay. So we've actually brought you 2 change orders that were associated with the delay. So when we started the project, as you may recall, at that time, Assistant City Manager Kim Sowell was here. And we heard the concerns from the business owners. And we had already bid the project. It was approved. We actually had to stop it. At that time, they had already hired, projected, brought in materials, and they were ready to work. We stopped them. They had to store the materials. They had to remobilize. So there were expenses associated with that. And we negotiated that price. And I'll give that credit to Melinda King, who was formerly with our staff. She helped us negotiate a better price based on moving them to another project with the city.
So it's for storage of that?
I'd be happy to call Jason Geary up to the microphone. He can go through
I would really
all the associated
I would
costs.
appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Jason Geary, city engineer. And it's Mr. Wilson hit on it pretty correctly. What happens is we have to pay a contractor as part of a contract. They have to mobilize all their equipment. We've done that before. We pulled them off, so they have to come back and do it again. So we have to pay them a expense for that. This is well less than half of what they charge us for. So we're able to negotiate that price. They also stored material and equipment that they had before that they couldn't put in the ground, couldn't put in place because we delayed them. And then we also requested additional signage along Smith Street, and that signage is not included in the contract. So we have to pay them for that as well. So we were able to negotiate all of that into a smaller price of $200,000 when it would have really been closer to $400,000 or $500,000 based upon the individual pieces that make that up. So I hope that explains that, but I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you. Can I just make a comment, Mayor? We have infrastructure work that goes on throughout the city all the time. So residential areas get inconvenience and commercial areas get inconvenience. And, I don't think that we can look at, compensating one group of people when we have not done so for others in the city. So, it's really, it's unfortunate, but it's the price of really reinvesting in the infrastructure of the city. As Mrs. Abuzawaita said, much of our infrastructure is 100 years old. we should be replacing more of it every year than we're doing. Yeah, I think this is always an inconvenience, and I think we've worked with that area of commerce, and we've really tried to accommodate them and meet their needs as best we could, but understood that there is an inconvenience.
Mrs. Thurm?
I really see this as two separate questions. The question before us right now is the question of this contract and reimbursing this vendor for funds that they have spent on this project. It's not a matter, and they spent these funds more or less at our request because we asked them to stop and restart this project. At that time, we were told there was going to be additional cost associated with that. This $200,000 is not rewarding anybody for anything. It's a reimbursing expensed cost and at a significant discount of what the actual was. That's one question. The question about the businesses and what, if anything, we can do to support those businesses or any business is a totally separate question. But that's not what's before us right now. What's before us is whether or not we should reimburse this company who incurred additional costs because we made a decision. And I don't, I think we have to. Otherwise, how are we going to get anybody to ever bid on any of our projects? So,
I agree. And we made that decision to accommodate the
Yes.
businesses in this area.
Yes. So
The amount that has been, we've talked about prior to this, that fee was actually a per diem fee for not working, correct? That was because we had put the contract on hold?
Correct. It's like Mr. Wilson said, they had a staff already assigned to the project, so we had to pay for that staff since we weren't putting them to work. Luckily, we were able to negotiate a smaller fee then because they were able to find other projects for them to move to. So that's a separate issue that we already
Right.
voted on and approved. This is to get them to come back to work because they're restarting the project again.
move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded
Second.
by Mrs. Hoffman. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Waiting for the vote to come up. And that passes 7-1. That completes our consent agenda. We now move on to the public hearing items, and we will start with H1, which was read into the record earlier, public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning portions of 4402, 4408, and 4410, and all of 4412 North Church Street. Mark Isaacson for Tuscola Construction LLC on behalf of Patty C. and Robert L. Phillips and Gary S. Upchurch. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn and members of City Council. The request before the City Council this evening is to rezone property from R5 residential single family to CD RM18 conditional district residential multifamily. North of this request is currently zoned CD RM5 conditional district residential multifamily. East and south of this request are currently zoned R5 residential single family, and west of this request is currently zoned R5 and R3 residential single family. The property currently contains several single-family dwellings as well as undeveloped land. North of this request are multifamily dwellings. East and south of this request is the Greensboro Urban Loop, and west of the request is a school. The property is currently designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. Staff would note that there were some differences in notification between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council hearing. City Council elected to amend our ordinance to require a larger area for notification after the September Planning and Zoning Commission, but before this item came to City Council on November 15th. So that means effectively that some folks did not get initial notices for the commission hearing, but then did get notices for the City Council hearing. I know that's a question that has come up before, so we just wanted to kind of give you a visual of what that looked like. There are 2 conditions that are associated with this request and were advertised as part of the hearing this evening. Staff has concluded that this request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the Building Community Connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed CDRM 18 district limits uses to residential uses only and does include some conditions related to building facade materials to allow compatibility with the adjacent lower intensity residential uses. And overall, this request does allow uses that are compatible with the existing uses and densities in the surrounding area. Again, this case was originally heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their September 19th meeting. The commission voted 8-1 to approve the request. There was 1 speaker in favor and 3 in opposition at that meeting. The decision of the commission was subsequently appealed within the required 10-day appeal period, and that's why the matter is before City Council this evening. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? If we will start with the applicant, Mr. Isaacson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Mark Isaacson, 804 Green Valley Road. And I'm here on behalf this evening of Kevin Estes and Tascosa Construction. Kevin is here. If you'll just raise your hand, please. Kevin lives in Greensboro and is an engineer and hopes to develop this property for multifamily uses. These properties were identified as a very good location to introduce a multifamily use for several reasons. It's an assemblage of 4 properties. It sits directly north of the new interstate outer loop. And it's not a very practical location in which to build a single family home or even townhomes for purchase. Greensboro, as we all know, has a critical housing shortage. And this is an opportunity to add multifamily dwellings to meet that need. So we have, as Mike indicated, added 2 conditions that would assure some quality, the high quality to the product here or project. The exterior building facades will be no less than 40% of high quality building materials, and the permitted uses are residential only. Next, if you'll take a look at this little broader scope zoning map of this area, the rectangular or triangular property in green is the subject property, and you'll see 840, the new interstate outer loop, immediately adjoining to the south. This property was larger, but the new interstate outer loop came through and cut it right in half. And this is the remnant parcel that now faces North Church Street. So it's a bit of a unique situation. It's a remnant parcel from the NCDOT construction. And we think this is the highest and best use of the property under the circumstances. The other thing about this expanded zoning map that I think council may want to note is you'll see 3 north-south corridors on this map. And in each of those north-south corridors, you'll see a mix, a combination of multifamily, single family, and other types of uses. And so introducing or having multifamily use here is really not a new practice here. It's a fairly well-established pattern of development in our city. It's happened for decades, as you can see in this expanded zoning map. And that is a conventional planning pattern that makes a lot of sense and has been well embraced by our city over many years. This is for illustrative purposes, of course. and is a site plan or a sketch plan, I should say, prepared by local engineer Chuck Truby, very experienced engineer. This shows the approximate layout of the multifamily buildings. There will be amenities located on the property. The other interesting thing here that I think council may want to note on this slide is the tighter lines are the severe topographic lines. That's where the hill or hills are very severe. And so not only is this property challenged by its configuration, being a remnant parcel, it's also challenged by the topography. So it has its challenges, and we think this is a very appropriate site for an infill development of multifamily housing. I just wanted to point out a few of those features and factors that constitute challenges for the property owner here, and that what the engineer has done, I think, very creatively to address those challenges. And you'll see, of course, the outer loop immediately to the south. This is the outer loop, 840 interstate level. You can also see the severe drop off from the property down to the outer loop. And I think, again, not reasonable to expect that someone would build a single family home here, that multifamily is the highest and best use and is an appropriate infill development at this location. That is the bridge over the outer loop, North Church Street, that you see in the background. This is a shot from the property looking at North Church Street. Again, outer loop to your left or to the south. You can see the drop off and so forth, but just another example here of the proximity of the outer loop to the property. Next is the proximity of North Church Street, and you'll see the zoning sign there in the foreground. And so this would be the access point for the property. And this is another view from across the street looking up at the subject property. Mr. Estes was involved in another project in Burlington, a redevelopment. This is a photograph of those apartments. He redeveloped this site. I think he did a very nice job with it. You'll notice the building materials, the architectural design, the balconies. I think there's some inherent quality here that would be brought to the table at this project. And then there will be amenities such as this that are present at his project in Burlington. That was a redevelopment, and so this is the before and after photographs. This is the before photograph of one of the units at that site, and this is the after photograph. In addition, we, as usual, sent out a letter to folks in the area. We did have a neighborhood meeting. I'm sure some of the folks that were at that meeting are here this evening. We did hear the primary concern that we heard about was transportation and about the traffic. And of course, North Church Street has been growing. The outer loop has made a difference in this area. So there have been changes to this area in Northeast Greensboro over a number of years. And we certainly recognize that. We acknowledge those issues. Mr. Estes is looking forward as a stakeholder in the area, a property owner, to building a project that will participate in any of the resolution of the issues that have been brought up. We certainly understand the concerns about increasing traffic in the area. I can assure you, he does not want to build a project and invest several $1 million in a project that's not going to function well. So in the interim period of time since the hearing, zoning commission hearing, we met with a representative of GDOT, and I believe you'll hear from GDOT this evening about some of the alternatives that are on the table to address those concerns. We wanted to be proactive and try to address those concerns up front. Might add that, as staff will tell you, that if this is approved, this is the first step in a long process of development of this property. Mr. Estes would have to have a fully engineered site plan prepared and then submitted for full TRC review. And part of that TRC review, even though a traffic impact study was not required for this project, did not come close. But part of that review by TRC of the city will involve transportation improvements such as any turning lane, any deceleration lane, acceleration lane, or signalization. Those are the types of improvements that are required by the city when a site plan is submitted. And we're not there yet. Obviously, this is a land use decision this evening about what is the highest and best use. As staff has indicated, in connection with our comprehensive plan, this request is consistent with the city's long-range plan. The future land use map designates this property as residential, which is in direct alignment with this proposal. The future built form map designates this property as urban general, which invites and encourages a mix of uses in the area. And I would point back to the larger zoning map that I displayed, which shows that mix of uses along those 3 north-south corridors in this area. So a well-established pattern of development. Finally, the location of the outer loop is really the primary driver of what's going on here. It's the reason that we're really here. The city has a housing need. This will help address that need. This is compatible with the adjacent interstate. We believe that it's the highest and best use, and it's not suitable for any other type of residential use. We believe this will provide a transition from that interstate outer loop to the other residential uses in the area. It will actually act as a buffer, as in many other circumstances, multifamily tends to act as an inherent buffer for other existing uses in the area. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we appreciate council's consideration.
Mr. Isaacson, the pictures that you showed of the apartments, those were for illustrative purposes only.
They were for illustrative. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Isaacson? If we would move on to the opponents, I had a few people who signed up to speak. Craig Scharouse, Katrona, Kyle Rice, Jeanette Sarens, and Elizabeth Coleman. You can come up in the order which you choose, and if there's somebody else who would like to speak on H1, please come to the podium and let me know. You have a total of 15 minutes.
Council, I would like to personally hear from GDOT because my
Please
concerns.
give us your name. for
I'm
the-
sorry, Craig Scharouse, and I'm a resident of Henson Park. And I did not receive any notice about this neighborhood meeting that Mr. Isaacson spoke about. So apparently some of what my concern was addressed in that, and he said GDOT would speak to it. So I will just pause a minute and ask, is it appropriate for GDOT? You said they were going to speak some? Okay.
But yet you really can't speak from the back of the room. We can't hear you. You have to
Well,
speak from the podium. And regarding questions for GDOT, we can talk about that in generalities after the 15 minutes are up.
I'm Catriona Kyle Rice at 5504 Riding Gate Court. Thank you all so much for hearing us.
Would
Up
you
to
put your,
this-
would you put your mic up just a little bit? Thank you.
Good.
Better?
Good. Okay. Yeah. Up to this point, we have felt disenfranchised through this whole process, not just from the planning committee, but also from Mark and his team. So we also were not included in the invitation. We have been included in other development ideas in the area. So apparently there's a two-step process. There is the announcement of the planning meeting. We were not invited to that. But when we spoke to the city planners, they said it's up to the developers and the attorney to reach out to the neighboring communities. That was not done. We feel like our voice is important, given you would be changing the character of our community. We already have a great community that's diverse, just, socioeconomically, racially, ethnically, and it's a beautiful environment. We have 2 churches, we have a private school, we have townhomes, we have single family residences, and some farmland. So it's interesting that Mark will say, we feel like the highest use is multifamily, which is conveniently to him an apartment complex, when right now there's just an adorable single-family home with farmland, which seems to me to make more sense, given you're literally on the highway. I can't imagine 80 to 200 people wanting to live on a busy highway, especially when you have such constraints with the road. I have spoken to two individuals at DOT. Both have admitted there is no current funding for any of the solutions that are on the table. The first person I spoke to, not who they referred me to, the persons they referred me to did not return my calls. So I found other people that were willing to take my call regarding the traffic area. So North Church, where we are, is still a country road. And so is Old Lake Jeanette. And our traffic has gone up exponentially. We all feel blessed to have the highway there, but currently it's just terrible. It's dangerous. There are no sidewalks on North Church. When Mark refers to other apartments being in the area, yeah, a couple of miles down the road on Church, there are excellent places for these types of apartment complexes. There's sideways, there's sidewalks, the roads are broad. There's transit. We don't have any of that where we are. When Henson Park went in, the developer did reach out to us. All the neighboring communities invited us to have a conversation well in advance of the planning meeting. And this was about 4 years ago. At that time, the city was thinking about a roundabout. It was already on the planning document. That is yet to happen. And now that the highway is open and the second half is about to get open, there's literally almost no way to get out of Henson Park. And that's not where I live, but I dropped off information to Jeanette. And I honestly thought I was going to have to go right and go down the road to turn around to come back to get to where I live. It's that bad. The other Department of Transportation person I spoke to was a traffic engineer, and he said that they had made a formal request to North Carolina DOT saying it was recommended and warranted to put in a street light at Old Lake Jeanette and North Church. NCDOT said, you know what, we're aware of that traffic situation and we agree that something needs to be done, but we prefer a roundabout. And oh, by the way, there's no funding. This was in September. He was actually referencing the email when we were speaking. Called him last week. I said, hey, any update? Would we find some money? He said, no. The other person had talked about the plan is to put in an extra lane, as they've been talking about, put in a bike lane and sidewalks. There are no new projects for 2003, 2023 and 24. The soonest that would even be considered for consideration would be 25 and 26. So there is no relief in sight given the present dangerous circumstances. I just feel like planning should not be so far ahead of the DOT. That just does not make sense to me. Even though Greensboro has a wonderful comprehensive plan, that doesn't mean that planning should green light these communities. And when they don't involve the neighbors who are going to be most impacted, you're just disenfranchising the community you profess to support. And it just, to me, none of this makes sense. Until we have verifiable funding, and hopefully it's not a news flash to everybody that we're going into recession next year, which means less revenues, which means anything that was perhaps going to be planned probably will get pushed farther out. So we would just ask you to please consider our point of view that we have a wonderful neighborhood. We know things will evolve and change, but let's do it when it makes sense. You can't take a country road, continue to add these huge developments, but when there's a current and acknowledged traffic issue. And I know there's plans for the future, but until there's funding, there is no plan. There is no relief in sight for us. And then again, I disagree with the highest use. Right now, there's a beautiful buffer. There's a single family home and land, and that seems to make sense for our community. There's a buffer to the highway. The other thing that the traffic person said is it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. They were really surprised that planning had green-lighted another rezoning for a multifamily. So apparently per unit, the multiplication factor is 6. So it's not one car, it's deliveries, it's everything else. So it's 6 times however many units are going in. So just thank you for your consideration and maybe slowing the train down a little bit.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just a couple quick questions for you. Regarding notice, you were saying that you did not have notice from the city or from Mr. Isaacson's group?
Neither. We were only made aware of the city council meeting in November. That's when it was put on the radar. I called Luke at the planning department. He was very gracious, gave me Mark Isaacson's name. It's odd how on the actual zoning staff report, the applicants are Toscosa, if you say it that way, Construction, Patty and Robert Phillips and Gary Upchurch, but not Mr. Estes. So I'm confused about that. And I couldn't find any information on those individuals. If the Gary Upchurch that I pulled up is correct, it looks like he is a client relationship manager with New Garden. So I was confused as to why these individuals that are here don't have a track record, but Kevin was one. So I'm assuming Kevin was one that should have reached out if indeed he was interested in the voice of the community members.
Right, and then staying on that same point, is it possible, I'm looking at Sue Schwartz, that potentially your address may be outside of the 600 or the 750
I
foot?
think that, well, not 750, but the 600, but Henson Park, which you saw from the map, is adjunct to the property they're thinking about. Jeanette actually asked a surveyor to measure 600 feet. And when that person did so, they got much farther into the development at Henson Park. So even Henson Park, which is right next door, wasn't engaged.
Right. So the neighborhood as a whole would not be included. It is very property specific to that 600 foot.
Right.
So that potentially could be the reason why you were not.
Oh, no, I understood that. I understood that. But we were concerned that Henson Park wasn't either. Just a few people were invited. And yes, I know there's a caveat. Apparently Sue Schwartz said in the letter, it says, tell your neighbors. I think we know with COVID and with how busy people are, that might not happen. To me, the onus really falls on Mark and the developer to have done that outreach. So it's the first leg is
But I
the
do have to
announcement.
say that there is an ordinance that says what the minimum notification is. And I do believe that planning and the attorney for the applicants did meet that threshold. And Ms. Schwartz, would you want to clarify that a bit?
So there are under general statutes in North Carolina, there are 3 methods of notification. So the letter is one. But there is also the sign posting, which is why it's posted and out there. And we put a QR code out there in addition to the information, and then there's the legal ads. So the letters are one of 3 mechanisms that we use. The 600 or 750 feet are done off the city's GIS system. So that's where the calibrations come from. So this one, as Mike explained, got caught between the 2 notifications.
750?
Yeah, 750. So it's why for the first meeting, there was 1 notification and we checked. This is the only one that happened. So we had 1. So that is confusing and we've tried to explain where this fit. But again, the letter is just one mechanism. So the signs, we go out and check. Sometimes the signs get pulled up. Council member Holston knows his time on the zoning commission. We've had all sorts of mischief with the signs over the years. So we try to go out and periodically make sure that they are up during that time frame. So those are the methods that we use currently.
And does the city generate the list of who gets the letters?
Yes, we do. We do. The applicant can ask us for them. And we give them the list that we are going to send out the official notice. We give them that list as well, if they ask for it.
Right, thank you. And just one more question. You had mentioned earlier about the property itself that you were questioning the term highest and best use that if I'm correct, if I heard you correctly, you said that the highest and best use may be that it stay as a undeveloped piece of property as a
Well,
buffer.
it has a single family home on it.
Mhm.
And then there's just a small portion that's under, it looks like farmland.
Mhm.
You know, so I could see somebody buying all that for the purpose of using that for, you know, for farm area, just having a larger piece of property so that they're not right on the highway. That being said, since there's townhomes in the area, a townhome, you know, could be one option if they could fit it. I think I just would question why Mark, not being an engineer, says townhomes won't fit. Well, if apartments fit, it would seem like someone could figure out townhomes, which after the DOT figures out what they're doing, could be something to consider. As of now, there's no room for extra traffic. And it wouldn't really be fair, I would think, to residents in an apartment complex to not have a sidewalk, not have the ability to get in and out of their living area and wait for the DOT to find funding. I think we all know how different, I mean, we just had an argument about how to find the money for this, and things get punted and things get delayed. And if it's been on the books or on the planning stage for 4 years, it seems unhopeful that it will get resolved quickly or in time to accommodate a very large apartment complex in a small area of land. So it just, I don't see that fitting. You know, especially you've got to remember the school is there. We've always had issues with the traffic with the school, but it's, you know, we feel like it's a blessing to have the school there, but there's been known traffic issues. Now with the highway being opened, it's a whole new ballgame. We've never had, you know, again, they're country roads. We've never had noise. We've never had.
Stop the clock for answers,
Right.
but the answers have to be
Yeah.
specific to the question. So
Yes,
I think.
thank you.
You got it. Okay, all right. Thank you all.
Can I make one point, Mayor?
Yes.
I think I think
Mr.
Mr.
Visionary.
Isaacson's use of the term townhome is generally considered owner occupied, and that's a sort of a different way of looking at that. Single family homes or townhomes owner occupied versus multifamily.
Mr. Boozawaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Several of us serve on the MPO, the Transportation Advisory Committee, and I just know that with GDOT and NCDOT, it's kind of hard to plan on what the needs are going to be for this area until things like this are done. So if this should pass tonight, then we know that we can go back and say, okay, we will have an increase on things like that, because, you know, we're not really sure where the span is going. We know the loop is there. We know we're going to need increased transportation options. We know we're going to need other things, but you know, until, for instance, on this specific item, it's going to take, you know, how much is going out there? What else is going to be out there? How much, there are just so many variables. So
Well, but as I mentioned, it's a known traffic issue. It's a known issue. When the Greensboro, and
okay,
maybe you didn't
yeah.
hear, the Greensboro Department of Transportation asked the State Department of Transportation, saying it's recommended and warranted that at least there's a traffic light as it stands today.
and we can see if that can be moved up. No, we're getting into too much of a back and forth here. I don't,
yeah.
that's not right,
Well,
Madam Mayor.
it made it seem like you were coming with.
I'm not dismissing your
with
concerns at
prejudice,
all.
Toward, and it didn't, when I spoke to Stu Schwartz in planning, it
So
did,
we need to move on to the.
Yes,
next
we've
one.
got to
Okay.
move on.
but I'm assuming there's no conflict of interest. I know Mark does a lot of work within the.
There is no
community.
conflict of
Okay,
interest.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Stearns. I live at 104 Brody Way, Greensboro, 27455. I am a neighbor and owner of one of that townhouse there. And I would like, before I start in with my opposition, to make sure that I have made clear when I was here before that we will go forward with affirmative action against the city council if they do in fact pass this rezoning to CD RM 18. Okay, I want it on the record, if you will, please.
Yeah, the
Okay.
only option you have, I believe, is to appeal the zoning decision to Superior Court.
Yeah, there are options that we can do. Yes. So I just want it on the record. Okay. First of all, let me say this, in compliance and we know that this needs to be done. We like Mark, we like Kevin. It's a nice project. However, since we have decided to go ahead with this discussion and point out their objections, there are a lot of people that aren't here that would have an input. So I therefore say this is a bit of injustice for our team, because there are a lot of people that plan to be here in November, 50 of them, as a matter of fact, requesting opportunity to address this council. The townhouse Henson Park is one of the nicest examples that City of Greensboro has currently of a diverse neighborhood. The Caucasians are in the minority there. We have every wonderful group of people from India, from Uganda, from every parts of the nation, Pakistan. They're really, really good people, and they're new homeowners. This is their first time. So this is just like a download of things. And I will clarify something that Craig asked me. He said, when was this neighborhood meeting held? There wasn't a neighborhood meeting. That was a Zoom meeting in the letter of Mark Isaacson dated August 26th, that I was the only one on my block that got it. Okay? For a meeting on September 7th at 5:30 p.m. to discuss this. That's the only notice that anybody in Henson Park got. Mine. I started asking questions. Did anyone know what it is? So that we could talk about what's happening. So that meeting, and Mark knows, my daughter was there and it was recorded. So I have a recording of it. Okay, if you need it, and everybody here that wants to hear it can. So now that that's cleared, there was no neighborhood meeting. I also have door-to-door signage of every person in Henson Park that was home. We have 80 townhomes. I have 60 neighbors who did not receive notification. I saw a surveyor last week, and I asked him to put a stick where the 300 mark is on our property. So I know what 600 feet is, because at the time that started on September 19th, the North Carolina statutes, 160D, it was 600 feet. We have the map that came from the council and the planning committee that shows it, but it did not clarify, because that goes like an S, semi-S turn. But under 600 feet, I would say that 70% of our neighbors should have received notification. Now, I'm not sure what happened, but y'all can check into it. Okay. First of all, I want to say to the reason we're here. On the meeting in September the 19th, it was cited on every case, and I have a hearing disability. So I forgot my hearing aids that night. So I have them in tonight. Each case that was approved by the planning board for rezoning was based on Rule 3 Comprehensive Business Plan, GSO 2040. Now, I went back and studied that. I am not a lawyer, as I said earlier. None of us are in our group. And I studied that, and it granted that movement to change it based on that plan. The statutes are the rule of law. Your municipal ordinances are second, and your comprehensive plan is a marketing plan. Okay. So I went back and looked at the comprehensive business plan, and it says that we need, as a board or a council, to consider. It says your plan, your comprehensive plan, should be designed to, or shall be, not maybe, but shall be designed to comply for the good and the safety and the public welfare, and also in coherence with the surrounding developments. We have no problem with Mr. Estes developing that property, make it 2-story townhomes. Let's be compliant with the area, not a 3-story building. Initially, we were told there's 72 apartments going in there. Now it's 80. Now at Henson Park, and according to your traffic study under the statutes I had talked to Kirkman about this, and I didn't get a full report or review of why the board made this decision until December 14th, Friday. Okay, Thursday rather, whatever it was. And here it is, 9-page document. Now, do you think that lay people have that much time working jobs to go through 9 pages as to why the board approved this in the first place? When I go through it, there's so many things in there that just go and pull out the conformity with other plans and all of these jargons. The bottom line is this: we want Mr. Estes to build something there. That would be nice to stop out the noise, the ugliness of that loop. Okay. But what needs to be done is something in compliance with what we have. Secondarily, we talked about at the September meeting, they said there should be sidewalks there. There are no sidewalks anywhere in front of our property at Henson Park, or even further down North Church, or even to where the 840 ramp is. I see workers that live in Henson Park walking on the grass and the road, trying to come home from work, either at Harris Teeter, well, places. There's a lot of other things that I would like to say.
You
And
will have
I'll
a 5
end it
minute
with
for
this, and I
Madam
have a lot of material I can give you. But this
Thank
is
you.
a good project. We are willing to work, but we just ask that we as homeowners have
I
a
need you to
chance
stop.
because nobody was notified. Okay?
Mr. Isaacson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I need to address the outreach matter first. We went through our usual process. We have the list from the city. And as you've heard, there was a bit of a conflict, I guess, or a discrepancy between the initial hearing in September with the 600-foot radius and then the expansion of that radius to 750 feet. We didn't find out about that discrepancy until I think Ms. Rice called on November 2nd. And we had a nice conversation. She asked me about the proposal, the project. I did email her some of our materials. I wanted her to have those. And I invited her to follow up with me and to ask about the project. And I've really heard nothing since then. I understand she reached out to staff. Mike Kirkman copied me on an email about that. So I understood that she was getting the information that she may need about the project, but I, as usual, have been standing by to receive calls or inquiries about this. The same with Ms. Sarans and Henson Park neighbors. We did have a neighborhood meeting. At the time, that was the practice, was to have these on Zoom for health protection purposes. We continue to offer that option to people who don't want to come to a meeting in person for various reasons. And so we've had continuing communications and continuing opportunities for communications. And I know that the staff has had continuing communications about this. It's been 90 days. And so I think there have been a fair amount of communications about this project in the interim. I think you'll hear from GDOT about funding and about opportunities or proposals for transportation improvements. I would remind or mention again that Kevin, my client with Tascosa, the local resident, he's a stakeholder in the area. He too wants improvements to this area if there are transportation issues, and we acknowledge that there are some. So we're all in favor of those, and I mentioned at the meeting in September neighborhood meeting and from this podium at the zoning commission meeting, that we will be a stakeholder in participating in transportation improvements. He stands ready to participate in those. Sidewalks, I believe your staff will confirm to you that as part of the site plan review, sidewalks on this property will be required. And Mr. Estes will install them. So that I think you can make an assumption that that will happen. As far as timing, I think we all understand that anywhere there's a school, there are transportation issues in the mornings and the afternoons particularly. And so this will, if approved, this project will take a long time, 2 to 3 or more years to build out. I think this council has heard continuously about the delays in construction, the delays in shortage of building materials, other issues, supply chain issues that we in this area and all over the country continue to have. So nothing's going to happen very quickly. It doesn't usually in development, but I would estimate 2 to 3 years minimum before this project will be anywhere close to finished. So I think there is time to make some changes and to address the issues that have been brought up. I believe part of the notification list, I have talked to Ms. Aarons a couple of times and we've exchanged some emails, but I believe this is a fairly new community. There is a new homeowners association, and I believe that association got notice. And so I think it would be reasonable to assume that the association would circulate within a community. If we draw a line and say this is 600 feet and the association office gets notice, I think it would be reasonable to think that that association would circulate a notice. Again, there's signage. And so I'm all about outreach and all about due process. I very much want to communicate with people about a project. So be glad to answer any of the questions. But again, this is adjoining an interstate level outer loop. It's a perfect place for an infill development, a very standard and established practice of development in this community that has worked very well. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Isaacson? No. The opponents have a 5-minute rebuttal period.
Sorry, Mayor, it took me a minute to unmute. I just wanted to ask Mr. Isaacson.
Sharon, did you say you have a question for Mr. Isaacson?
Yeah, sorry, it takes me a minute to unmute, y'all. I apologize. I just had a question around your traffic. What improvements is the TIA recommended? Because this is
traffic
coming.
impact study. Yeah. Well, Ms. Hightower, no, this project did not rise to the level to require a traffic impact study. It's about a little over half of the what would normally trigger a study. I would also mention that although a study wasn't required, any site plan that's submitted would trigger certain improvements that I mentioned, a deceleration lane, perhaps a turn lane, even a signal, sidewalks. Those improvements would be triggered by the site plan. That's the control that the city of Greensboro has on every project in which a site plan is submitted. So no traffic impact study required this time, but improvements will be required per the site plan.
Right, improvements. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable council members, I'm Craig Sherrouse. Excuse me, I'm a resident of Henson Park, and I'd like to speak to my own traffic study if I could and put a human face on it, because the biggest issue, I think, to all of the area residents is not necessarily best use. It's not necessarily 300 feet, 600 feet, any of that. It is that I promise you that everyone in Henson Park, Canterbury School, or Canterbury Square holds their breath and says a prayer before we try to cross Church Street there. And I am not exaggerating. You cannot walk over there. There are times when the traffic is backed up on Old Lake Jeanette, 2/3 of the way to Elm Street. I started a year ago after seeing multiple wrecks there, having just moved in there, working with our then Commissioner Outling, and he sent it through the process to GDOT. This thing's just been bounced back and forth. I have tried since the last hearing, left multiple messages with GDOT and NCDOT to try to find out what was going on, because we were told, just as Canterbury Square was told when you were approving our zoning change 4 or 5 years ago, that there would be a roundabout put in there. We were told that by the developer of our property. And then the GDOT said they wanted a light. And as we understand it, it's just kind of left with NCDOT, and there's no funding available. But all of that doesn't get at the issue of how we have to cross the street. And you have a school there, and you have just a very difficult situation. If I could put a human face on this, this is very personal for my family, because in April of this year, our daughter-in-law was picking up our 4 grandchildren, ages 5, 7, 9, and 11, 12, from our townhome. She was trying to cross North Church Street and was broadsided in her van, totaled her van. Thank the Lord, no one was hurt. But I just think of what could have happened had she had our grandchildren in there. And it is a regular occurrence. We had a wreck there just a few days ago. The officers, I've been out there and talked to four different groups of officers, and they say they come there. We're averaging a couple of times a month. So this may not require, according to the development plan, a traffic study, but the residents can tell you the traffic study. It is horrific, and there's more development going on, and it's only going to get worse. So whatever else is done, somebody has got to get NCDOT's attention to do something about this, or someone is going to be seriously injured or killed. And that's really my biggest concern about all of this, because we're adding more congestion to that area. And with the loop coming by there, it's only going to increase. And if you drive out North Church, you'll see there's a lot of development going on up there. So please do something, regardless of what's done, about somebody getting NCDOT's attention to do something about this, please.
I know we have only 1 minute and 42 seconds on rebuttal. I wanted to say this, in agreement with Craig. I've been there 2 years. I was the first resident to live there. I'm 80 in January the 14th. I have to run to get across North Church to walk. And they know that. We laughed at it at the other meeting in September. But I want to point out this to the committees that are doing this and the city council. The first land use ordinance listed in the Greensboro Land Development Ordinance, Article 1-30-1-3.1 states that its purpose is to promote the health, safety, and general welfare within the city of Greensboro and its environs. Furthermore, Article 130-138 states that its purpose is to facilitate safe and efficient movement of motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists. Article 130-1.3.10 states that its purpose is to provide a safe pedestrian and bicycle environment. Article 130-1.3.20 states that its purpose is to accommodate growth and development that complies with the preceding stated purposes that I just read. And Article 130-1.3.21 states protect private property rights. We owners need protection. We have paid over $300,000 for these townhomes, and we have no safe environment to walk and to live.
Thank you. Any questions for the opponents? Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Mrs. Hightower? We'll take that.
Okay, yeah, take it, yeah.
Thank
I'm
you. Mrs. Thurm? Well, do we have questions for them?
Not yet.
I,
Yeah, I think they should be.
well, what is the question for?
Could you clarify some of the concerns that they have about the traffic and the plans for the future?
No, your
No,
time
not
is up.
you. Our director of transportation.
Good
Anna
evening.
Cochran.
Good evening. I'm happy to answer some of the questions and clarify some of the information that is in regard to Church Street specifically. So a couple things worth noting. NCDOT manages and maintains North Church Street in this location. It is a state maintained road. So in a process like this, when a development proposal is coming forward, we go through a process of analysis to determine if a traffic impact statement, study, analysis is required. In this case, based on the zoning that was proposed and what we consider to be the worst case scenario, meaning how many units that you could get if all things were flat and square. We anticipated a total of no more than 92 units allowable based on the zoning, which does not trigger the requirements in the ordinance for a traffic analysis document. Mr. Isaacson is correct that as a project proceeds through the process of development, going through the technical review committee reviews, that's when we get into the details of how many units will actually be on the site, how the site will be improved, including the other requirements that are associated and set in the development ordinance, including things like sidewalk requirements. Church Street is a major thoroughfare, so it's anticipated to carry traffic. The last traffic count we have for Church Street in this location is 12,000 cars per day. A couple of improvements that we know are anticipated. The first I'd like to speak to is at the intersection of Church Street and Old Lake Jeanette Road. This is a location where we have a known safety concern. NCDOT is aware of it. We are aware of it. It has been proposed for a traffic circle to be installed there. NCDOT is using spot safety funding to be able to construct that more quickly than through more traditional processes. Our understanding is that the application for this will be accepted in the spring, and we should be able to go to construction in the summer. And we anticipate that this will compete very well for funding. The other thing I'd like to point out is the long-range transportation plan does call for Church Street to be improved and widened in the future. The last round of prioritization did not accept new projects, so we haven't had an opportunity to submit that project for prioritization, but we do believe, given the conditions, the traffic count, the crash history along this corridor, that it will compete very well for funding.
Any other questions for?
Tammy was first, though. Did you have anything?
I was just going to say, you know, as a member of the TAC Transportation Advisory Commission, you know, I have watched for several years how projects are graded and how they're scored, et cetera. And much of that grading and scoring is based on what does the traffic look like now? And what are the known projects that are coming along? The more known projects you have, the higher that grade gets and the more likely it will get funded. So I think when we're looking at a traffic circle that we expect to get graded next year, that in the upcoming year, having this project and having other projects in the area will help push that forward. In addition, I've also seen large major North Carolina DOT plans that were passed, graded, got high scores, were moving forward with engineering that suddenly stopped because we found that when the next section of the loop opened, the traffic patterns changed dramatically. And the traffic that was once in place on New Garden Road and that area, New Garden Road and Bryan Boulevard, those traffic patterns dramatically changed when the loop opened. So we anticipate, or I would anticipate, that traffic patterns will shift and will change because of the loop. There's not an interchange on Church Street there. There's not an exit and on-ramp and off-ramp. But that's exactly what happened on New Garden Road. Traffic will find and will move towards the easiest route and will therefore likely move straight onto the highway to the exit. So a lot of that traffic will shift and move differently. You know, I'm very familiar with that intersection. My son lives right around the corner. And I have a brand new driver, a 16-year-old driver, she's 17 now, that negotiates that intersection every single day that she goes to work, that she comes to my house twice a day. There are peak times that it's very difficult, absolutely, with the school there and the traffic that the school generates. Quite frankly, that's a far safer intersection than the signalized intersection that's a little bit further down where Pisgah Church crosses Church Street. And so I think, you know, there are some shifts, there are going to be some changes. I think this is a good project. I think that the traffic patterns, along with the new grading next year and the anticipated funding, will address this issue. And I'll be voting in support of this project.
Ms. Boozawader?
Yes, I won't repeat everything Mrs. Thurm said, but yes, I will say that traffic does shift, and it has shifted exponentially since the loop has been open. We've all seen that. We had some problem areas that became a little better when the rest of or parts of the loop were open. I am very pleased that this intersection is considered for spot safety. That is one way to get a dangerous intersection moved up on the NCDOT radar and our radar as well. We've had it used in several other areas, and knowing that that is moving forward and may have a solution by next summer, early next fall, makes me feel a little better about all of this the transportation concerns. So I do believe that this is the best use for this property. It's highly doubtful that anyone would want to live permanently and own a home right beside all of the traffic in the loop. So, you know, I do believe apartment dwellers sometimes are transient, sometimes they stay a little longer, but it all depends on what they are doing in the area. So I am also in favor of this and will be voting in support.
Mr. Holston?
Yes, I'm going to chime in, I guess third time's the charm. For all the reasons that were said earlier, the infill factor. I'm also very happy that I believe we got to the question of the notice that was in the meetings and the outreach. So the notice, the infill, as you know, we stated several times that we have a housing crisis, and so this is going to add to our housing stock. Happy to hear from about the roads, the improvements coming in the fall of next year. And although this is somewhat a change for the community, it's also a change for overall for Greensboro. And I really believe that the overall net positive benefit is going to benefit the community as a whole. So because of that, I will be supporting it.
Thank you. I know the comment was made earlier that people aren't going to want to live along the highway. And I drove to Raleigh this past weekend, and I was really surprised by the number of apartment buildings that were going up right on 40, 3-story, 4-story apartment buildings. And that's probably the best place for them, I think, as you were saying, Mr. Holston. And you know, they were nice looking apartment buildings and there were lots of cars in the parking lot so that they were renting a lot. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm certainly going to favor this rezoning as well. I lived in a townhome community in a high impact area of the city at the corner of West Friendly and Holden for quite a number of years, which was next door to a school as well. So I understand, what happens in these kinds of areas. Mrs. Thurman and I live now in the New Garden, Horseman Creek Road area, and I would ask us to sort of take a look how that has developed from an infrastructure point of view on the part of the city. Once we had a certain level of residential and commercial in that corridor, New Garden Road and Horseman Creek, then of course that generated the need for the city to step in along with the state in terms of all of the traffic infrastructure that we've put in there. So I think, that's what we're saying here as well. And I think this is highest and best use for this little triangle. And I'll be supportive of this rezoning request.
Is there a motion?
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote.
Mayor Vaughn, I'm sorry, you need to do the statement of consistency.
Oh, yes, that was for, I'm sorry, we do need a statement of consistency.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the rezoning request for the properties described as portions of 4402, 4408, and 4410 North Church Street, and all of 4412 North Church Street from R5 Residential Single Family 5 to CDRM 18 Conditional District Residential Multifamily 18 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDRM 18 zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Okay, council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. We will take items H2 and H3 together. Item number H2 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 5566 Burlington Road, 338.688 acres, Public Supermarkets, Inc. And item H3, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning 5566 Burlington Road, Randolph L. Barber for Public Supermarkets Incorporated. We do have one speaker here in favor, and that is Preston Mitchell. But Mr. Kirkman, would you like to give us a very quick overview? I think
Yes, I
most
will go
people
very
are
quickly.
familiar
Thank
with
you.
it.
The request is for annexation into the city's jurisdiction and to establish original city zoning from the current county LI light industrial to city LI light. Excuse me. North of this request is currently zoned county AG, county RS 40, which is residential single family, and county RS 40 MH, residential single family with manufactured housing, as well as county highway business. East is county RS 40 residential single family and county AG. South is county AG, and west is county RS 40. The property is currently developed as a warehouse and distribution center, as noted earlier, for Publix. North of this request are single-family residential dwellings, a religious assembly use, undeveloped land, as well as a health and rehabilitation center and some outdoor storage. East and west are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. South is single-family dwellings, agricultural land, and undeveloped land. The property is currently designated as industrial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. And it's planned industrial on the future built form map. Staff concludes this original zoning does support the comprehensive plan's growing economic competitiveness, big idea, building a resilient economy with the goal of increasing and preserving the inventory of developable sites compatible with corporate and industrial uses. And the city LI district generally is intended to accommodate limited manufacturing, wholesaling, warehousing, research and development related commercial service activities, which in their normal operations have little or no adverse impact upon adjoining properties, and staff recommend approval of these requests. These requests were heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their October 17th meeting, and the commission unanimously recommended in favor of both the annexation and the original zoning. At that hearing, there was one speaker in favor and none in opposition. Because this is an annexation item, that is why it's before City Council this evening. Answering questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman?
Move the annexation.
I think there's a speaker. Is there not?
Excuse me?
I thought you said there was a speaker. Mayor,
Is there a speaker? I think she said.
Yes, Mr. Preston, Mr. Mitchell, would you like to?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, thank you so much for allowing us to come speak to you tonight. Know you have a very long agenda, and so I will make this as quick as I can. My name is Preston Mitchell. I'm a land planner with Womble Bond Dickinson out of the Raleigh office. My address is 555 Fayetteville Street. With me tonight is Ms. Kim Siamkos in the audience, and she's with Public Supermarkets. Before I go on with the brief presentation, I just want to add that we are in support of the staff analysis. The staff report was robust, and we appreciate all the work that Mr. Kirkman did in assisting with this application. Also appreciate the positive recommendation from TRC as well as from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I just want to touch on a couple of things. As he noted, I don't really need to go over the property. We know where that is in the eastern quadrant of the city. We know that the site is currently developed, being used as a regional distribution center for Publix. The petition itself, just want to stop here for 1 second and touch on a couple of things. It does require unified control or single ownership for the annexation. So we want to confirm that has occurred. And this is a unique annexation in that it's non-contiguous. Sometimes it's called a satellite annexation, meaning that it's not contiguous or adjoining the primary corporate limits. And there are specific requirements in the general statutes to address these types of annexations. And I'll address that on the next slide. This particular annexation is part of a larger economic development project, really a relationship between the city, the county, and Publix that began years ago and ultimately led to the development on the ground today. And now annexation is sought because Publix would really like to benefit from those municipal services that you can provide. Part of the petition is a request to declare vested rights. Since this project was constructed entirely under the Guilford County jurisdiction, all the zoning, building codes, life safety codes, all that fell under Guilford County. If you approve the annexation tonight and make it effective tonight, what we're simply asking is a declaration of vested rights up through the effective date. These are the standards by which a non-contiguous annexation must meet. This information was provided to your staff, and it was certified and therefore is placed on the agenda. And so we appreciate that. As noted, the request is to apply light industrial, city light industrial. We really believe that this is a like for like zoning. It was light industrial in the county, developed that way, and we believe that it's consistent with your statement of intent for city light industrial. Speaking of consistency and the GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, I'll go through this quickly. We again support staff's analysis of the goals, objectives, and policies found within the GSO 2040 plan. Here on this slide, you've got 4 of your 6 big ideas, and again, support staff's statements made therein. From a mapping perspective, you'll see here the property is circled in red. It's identified as industrial within your growth tier 1, and also with or identified as planned industrial on your future built form map. And as Mr. Kirkman said, recommended in the affirmative across the board, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions? Mrs. Hightower?
No, I don't have any questions, but I would like to say that I think this is a good annexation coming into the city, certainly on the eastern corridor in East Greensboro. And we've been anticipating this for quite a while. As we visited last week, you and I saw their operations, and they're moving very smoothly. So I'm very impressed with how they're getting things up. I think we went into a space where they're making bananas. So we certainly did learn some things. But I'm excited that Publix Distribution is offering economic opportunity in an eastern corridor that needs it. So I wanted to thank them for doing that and being a part of District 1. I don't think many people realize that's where it's going to be located at. And so it brings more economic empowerment to an area that is steadily growing. So I want to thank him and Kim, as well as the staff with Publix, who met us last week, I believe it was, and took us on a tour and sat and had good conversation. So thank you all for investing in our city and in our people. It was really great to go in there and see what your employees were very diverse. And everybody seemed to be smiling and happy and really glad to be there working. And that's what we want. We want to help get our people employed so that they are taking care of their families. So thank you for doing that. And I'll second it since Yvonne passed it, but.
Okay. Mrs. Hightower and I did have a very gracious tour out there recently, and it's really a wonderful facility, roughly 2.4 million square feet of warehouse. And it was great to see the employees out there, and they all looked happy and really well engaged. I think you're up to roughly 650 employees and climbing every day.
681, I believe.
Up to 1,000 employees. And I do know that you take applications on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
Thursdays.
Yes. Yep. I would say that we are very committed to this site, and we appreciate the commitment that Publix has shown to the city of Greensboro. I think this is actually slightly ahead of schedule. So we appreciate the request for annexation. Thank you. So
Mayor, you may
We just
want
need a grocery store somewhere in Greensboro.
yeah, we hit that.
Yeah, we talked
Well, I'm
about
getting
that.
them too.
Yes.
But even so, Mayor, you may want to emphasize the fact that they were scheduled to do a phase 2, and they have bumped up to phase 2. And so now they're operating both of them, phase 1 and phase 2. So that just shows you the type of growth
Yes.
that they're doing. So.
So that has been moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
I'm a yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And that passes 8-0. Item H3 requires a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston.
Let me find the statement of consistency. Sorry.
Thank you.
Huh?
Make you up one.
Would you like Mr. Holston to read it in the record for you?
Yeah, I think I found it here on the, we're on H2, H3, right?
We are on H3, yes.
Okay, here it is. Statement. So many items here. Where is it?
Why don't we let Mr. Holston read it into the
Yeah,
record for you?
I don't see it here. I'm sure it's here.
Mr. Holston?
Yeah.
Yes, but
Where the hell is
on
it?
behalf of Councilwoman Hightower, I'll read it. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5566 Burlington Road from County LI Light Industrial to City LI Light Industrial to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city LI zoning permits uses which fit the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approvals in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, I'm a yes.
And that passes 8-0. Thank you very much. We appreciate the commitment to the city of Greensboro, Guilford County, and the region. We're looking forward to a long and prosperous relationship. We are going to take a quick break for our closed caption people. If we could limit that to 10 minutes, try to be back by 8:55. I mean, 8:55.
7:55.
7:55. Yeah. 8:55. Thank you. We are going to move on to items H4 and H5. Mrs. Hightower, are you on the line? She is.
Yes. I'm here.
Item H4 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located 1822 Youngs Mill Road and 4701A Hickory Valley Road, 39.95 acres. And item H5, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 1822 Youngs Mill Road and 4701A Hickory Valley Road. Amanda Hodiern for Tina S. Hobbs and Ellie Mae S. Hobbs estate. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to annex the property into the city's jurisdiction and establish original zoning from the current county AG agricultural to city CDRMA conditional district residential multifamily. North of this request is currently zoned CDHI conditional district heavy industrial. West of the request is county AG and county RS40 residential single family. South of the request is county AG and county RS40. East of the request is city CDHI, county AG, and county RS40. The subject property currently contains both single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. North of this request are industrial warehouse uses that are under construction. East of the request is also warehouse use and single-family dwellings. South of the request are single-family dwellings, and west of the request is currently undeveloped. The property is currently designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and is currently designated as ex-urban on the future built form map. There are a number of conditions that are associated with this request that were advertised as part of this hearing. Staff has concluded that this request does support the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed CDRMA district does allow uses that are compatible with the existing residential uses in the surrounding area and also provides housing opportunities to the industrial development located to the north, closer to the highway. Staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard the annexation and original zoning request at their November 21st meeting and unanimously recommended approval of both items. At that hearing, there were 2 speakers in favor and 5 in opposition. And due to the annexation, that's what brings the matter before council this evening. I'll be happy to answer questions.
We do have 1 speaker in favor. I do not have anybody signed up in opposition.
I would like to see those conditions. Mike, if you could, once we hear from the speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Amanda Hodiern, 804 Green Valley Road, Suite 200 here in Greensboro. I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owners, which is the Hobbs estate, as you've heard, and also on behalf of the contract purchaser and would-be developer of this property, Diamondback Investment Group. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this matter. I will be brief given the hour, but I'm happy to go back and answer any questions if I don't address something that you wanted to hear more about. I believe Ms. Hightower asked about the conditions, so I will quickly get to that, but I do want to start out just by looking at the zoning map, because that really is why we're here. As you can see here, the red stars, that's the 2 properties that comprise our subject property for this case. You see just to the north of that, all the purple, that's heavy industrial zoning. That's a 2 million square foot logistics facility, warehousing and shipping that is halfway built right now. It's in process on the ground, not speculative. This is what is at the foot of that intersection Of course, that intersection being with I-85. This is the interchange of I-85 at Youngs Mill Road. So really, growth came to this part of the city and this part of the county. When that interchange happened, the logistics facility followed that, given this great location. And now I submit to you that this request looks to build on that with creating more intentional growth by adding the next land use to this sector that makes sense and continues to add to the vibrancy and success of this region. So just to do a quick little cruise up Youngs Mill Road, this is coming from the south. You see our subject property on the left. Here's the brokerage sign. This is the industrial facility that I spoke about. So you can really see how while this once rural part of our county really has changed given its location right off the interstate here. This is sitting at the base of the interstate as you're about to come on to the to Youngs Mill. Getting to the conditions that Councilwoman Hightower asked about, we initially filed with the first three that you see here, limiting the uses to just single family, townhomes, twin homes, and multifamily residential dwellings. We do this to ensure that the non-residential uses that are otherwise allowed in the R and RM districts get prohibited. That would be schools, places of worship. We limited the total number of units to 273. We did come in with I would call a very measured approach with just an RM8 request. We didn't try to stack this thing up with too many units, but we further conditioned that down. This is 47 units less than what would be allowed just by the straight math. The next condition is building height, 50 feet. This was chosen intentionally to match the R3 zoning limit building height. R3 would be the companion district under the city's zoning code to match the land use pattern to our south with the residences. So that's why we chose that 50 feet. Condition 4, we added after our neighborhood meeting back in October. This is limiting access off of Hickory Valley Road. That's a small rural residential street that serves a few number of residences. And we all agreed that it really wasn't appropriate for that to serve our proposal as everyday access. I talked with Nolan Tipton and GDOT. They also agreed. So the preference is that this not be used at all. However, as you know, this will go through TRC if successful tonight. And during that process, if emergency services need this access, you know, we would have to provide that, but this condition ensures that it'll be gated and restricted to only that use. Conditions 5 and 6. As we approached Planning and Zoning Commission, when this case was initially filed, in the lead up to that meeting, which was originally supposed to be in October, the neighbors approached me and asked if we would continue the case. And so they wanted to continue digesting this. We had just had our neighborhood meeting a couple of weeks earlier in October, and they asked for some more time, which we agreed to. So we all agreed and asked for a voluntary continuance from Planning and Zoning Commission back in October, which was granted. So we had that extra month. During that month, unfortunately, the neighbors didn't necessarily want to communicate with us. I guess they wanted to do more of an internal processing. So they did not respond to my attempts to contact them. However, we did feel like, you know, we knew that there were a number of interested people who had attended our meeting. We knew that they asked for the continuance. So we felt like we wanted to anticipate some things that we could do to mitigate impacts. And so that's when we added conditions 5 and 6. Before our Planning and Zoning Commission appearance back in November. So these conditions are aimed at mitigating the impact to our most adjacent neighbors, and they both double up the buffer requirements. Condition 5 speaks to the buffers along Youngs Mill Road. Those are your streetscape plantings required under the ordinance. Per this condition, this is going to be twice as wide as it otherwise would have to be. We've also agreed to double the plantings. So it won't just be a wider space with sparse plantings. We've doubled both. And then condition 6 increases our buffer along our shared property line with our southern neighbors, which are these residences, to a type B, which is the next most protective buffer under the ordinance. And it also increases those plantings in proportion. So we've beefed that up in an attempt to be as good of a neighbor as possible. This is an illustrative site plan that shows you how this lays out and also illustrates those zoning conditions I've just talked about. Of course, this would have to go through TRC, but it is useful for illustrative purposes. This shows you that streetscape planting yard along Youngs Mill, shows you the 2 entrances that we have here, and shows you this dense plantings along our shared property line with those neighbors on Hickory Valley Road. We do have the benefit of vegetation on the site already, so we'll use that wherever feasible. And then when that's not adequate and really doesn't serve the purpose of screening, then we'll plant to the standards in the ordinance. And some places that might.
What's all the little blue stuff?
Thank you. I was actually going to talk about that next. Those are 5 natural spring-fed ponds that exist on the property, which is a big factor in this proposal because those ponds can't go anywhere, and they also come with buffers and streams that feed them. So as you can see, it really kind of carves out a limited part of this parcel that is developable. And that's why this site really lends itself to a more clustered type of use. So when you factor in the growth and change that has come to this area with the interchange, with the heavy industrial to the immediate north, the site-specific circumstances with these ponds, and then the fact that from a planning standpoint, you really do need a softer transition from interstate, heavy industrial, and then something in between before you get to those large lot rural residential land use patterns south of here in the county. This site is the only intervening site in between those two uses. So this proposal at a measured moderate amount at just less than RM8 comes in to serve as that soft transition and create a nice step down use in an intentional way. It's a step down use that also serves to provide housing that we very much need and housing in a location that makes sense. We've added housing to this employment center now. So these people who work here can live right next door if they want to. Furthermore, it also makes sense beyond that in that it's right by the interstate. So we've created a housing hub here next to a large scale employer and right next to the interstate. So people can get in their cars and get right on their way to the interstate without having to drive across town on our roads, or they can simply walk to work. So this is adding more and more components of livability to the same activity hubs, which is an objective and a goal of our comp plan. This was recommended for approval both by our planning staff, and I would remind you that that includes an analysis of the annexation through all of your service providers before we even get to the point where they let us be on an agenda. And we were also unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Move item H4.
Question. This Hickory Valley,
Annexation.
this Hickory Valley, where it is right here, what are the size of those lots that are currently out there?
I don't know exactly each lot size. However, I do know they're in the county on well and septic. So I would imagine they're in the vicinity of 1 acre lots on average, if not more.
Mhm. So, right, so what was the opposition initially from the neighbors? Because
Yeah, thank
I did not attend their neighborhood meeting. I was not aware of it, so.
Thank you for your question. At the neighborhood meeting that we did hold that on Zoom, and it was well attended on October 10th. The primary discussion was about access on Hickory Valley and just making sure that that wasn't going to be a primary in and out to this development that folks would be invited to use on a daily basis. After that, that's when communications ended between from the neighborhood. Like I said, they did ask for the continuance, but they didn't dialogue with me during that time. So I was only able to anticipate what they might have been looking for in terms of mitigating. And that's why those 2 buffer conditions were added.
How would you stop people from going through their neighborhood?
I'm sorry, I didn't
You
hear.
say you're gonna gate it? Is that what you say? You're
So
gonna
actually,
gate-
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I say you're gonna gate the neighborhood, stop people from
So that would be a
accessing
plan.
trucks, all
Mhm.
of that from going through it.
So that would be a plan B. The site has frontage on Youngs Mill Road, which would be how most people are going to approach this site coming off the interstate or coming out of the city towards the south. So we've got two entrances planned on Youngs Mill Road. We did have to do a traffic analysis with this project, so that's been reviewed. Those two entry points are viable. They'll come with their own set of improvements in terms of turn lanes and storage lanes. So the initial idea is that that will be the only way to get in and out of this property. You know, we have to have two access points because of the number of units, but in at least initial analysis, we believe we'll be able to meet that on Youngs Mill. Now, if we can't, if for some reason GDOT feels like we need some additional way for emergency services to get here, that's when we would have to look to Hickory Valley. And yes, if that happens, that would be fully gated with a Knox box, only usable by your emergency services.
And the neighbors would have no access to their own neighborhood?
Oh, no, ma'am. Thank you for clarifying that. That controlled access would be at the very end of the road, at the entrance to the subject property. That the neighbors would still have full use, ingress, egress, full use of their road.
Okay.
So to be clear, it's not a gate, it doesn't become a gated neighborhood. It is just that emergency access, which we have in other parts of the city, has this gating because the concern of the neighborhood is coming through. The adjacent property owners is being able to come through. So, but that is Plan B, I believe.
Plan B?
Yeah,
Right.
because they don't, if they need to have that access created.
And in talking with Nolan Tipton, he doesn't believe that we'll need that. But of course, TRC comes next. So we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves or, preclude ourselves from a development standard that does have to be met.
And these are all single family or townhomes or apartments?
On Hickory Valley or in the
I
proposed?
mean, know what your development is. Are you compatible with what's in the area already?
So this is an RM8 proposal, which would be multifamily. And the way that we've, so it's a transitional step down use, as we've talked about, to provide housing to this employment hub and also to create a softening of that intensity that emanates from the interchange with I-85 and is manifested in that 2 million square feet logistics facility. So the way that we've ensured compatibility is by making this a moderate request at just RM8, less than RM8, rather than asking for, RM26 or RM18. And then we've also made sure that the height is standardized with what would be allowed in the single family zoning district. And then we've also added those additional buffering conditions to ensure that that immediate approximate impact is screened.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. And are you doing any kind?
Move the annexation.
You moved it, yeah.
The gold is second.
Yeah, y'all can go ahead on.
Is Sharon talking?
Huh? What'd she say?
Something, Sharon?
Sharon, we're having a hard time understanding what you're saying.
I'm having a hard time speaking. You may not hear me. Can you hear me better?
We can hear you, we just can't understand you.
I don't understand that. Okay. I guess I was concerned about not only the access, the traffic access. Can you hear me? What kind of improvement are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. So the traffic analysis that we performed indicated that there would have to be turn lanes with, I don't want to misquote this. I don't know if Ms. Cockburn has it. I believe it's either 50 feet or 100 feet of storage. So as you know, we will have to build the improvements as indicated, and that would be a requirement to have a driveway permit issued. So yes, our traffic study did indicate those improvements would be required.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
No.
Was that a no?
That was a yes.
Yes.
Was that a yes? Or was it a no?
That was a no.
Okay. And that passes 7-1. The next item requires a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Boothwaiter, seconded by Mr. Holston. Mr. Boothwaiter?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 1822 Youngs Mill Road and 4701A Hickory Valley Road from County AG Agricultural to City CDRM 8, Conditional District Residential Multifamily 8, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city CDRM 8 zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
No.
That is a no.
No.
That passes 7-1. We will take items 6, 7, and 8 together. Item H6 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 5270 and 5274 North Church Street, 6.558 acres. Joseph Negret Miger, I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. Item H7, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning 5270 North Church Street, Jose Negret Almager. Sorry again. H8, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 5274 North Church Street, City of Greensboro. There may be 2 people on Zoom to speak in favor.
Madam Mayor, we only have Vanessa online.
Okay, so we have 1 speaker in favor, Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. The request this evening is for an annexation and 2 original zonings for properties at 5270 and 5274 North Church Street. The property at 5270, which is the property that directly fronts on North Church Street, is requesting annexation to access services to complete a single-family dwelling that's currently under development. Because of that action, the property to the east, which is non-taxable publicly owned property, is also coming in automatically under state law provisions for annexations. So the properties right now, again, are zoned County Agricultural AG. So the property directly fronting North Church Street is requesting a change to City R3 residential single family. And then the intervening public property is going to City PNR Parkland and Natural Resource Area. North of these requests is currently zoned County AG. East of the request is zoned City PNR. South of the request is zoned City CDRM5 and County PIWCA, which is public and institutional in a watershed critical area overlay. The subject properties, again, there's a single family dwelling that's currently under construction for the property directly adjacent to North Church Street. And then the property to the east is currently undeveloped and is parkland and will stay as such. North and west of the request are single family dwellings. East of the request is Lake Townsend. South of the request are multifamily dwellings that are also under construction at this time. The designation for the properties, for the property that fronts on North Church Street is residential. And then for the parkland area is reserve on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. And then urban general for, again, the property fronting North Church Street, and then reserve for the property that is the parkland. The original zoning request supports the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. And then also the prioritizing sustainability big idea to strengthen Greensboro's role in environmental stewardship by promoting resilient, efficient, and environmentally beneficial patterns of land use. The proposed City R3 and PNR districts are compatible with existing uses in the area, as well as preserving open space and undeveloped land in immediate proximity to a city water supply lake. So staff is recommending approval of these requests. These requests were heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their November 21st meeting. The commission unanimously recommended approval of the annexation and the two original zoning items. At that hearing, there was one speaker in favor and none in opposition. And again, the annexation is what brings these matters to city council this evening. I can answer any questions.
Just
Any
a real quick
questions?
question. This is all about water and sewer. right?
Yes, this is being
Period.
triggered by access to water sewer for the single family residential dwelling.
Move the items or other questions?
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote.
It's Sharon.
Sharon, Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 8-0. Item H7 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Second. Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property of 5270 North Church Street from County AG Agricultural to City R3 Residential Single Family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GS 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city R3 zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Item H8 requires a statement of consistency. Moved by Mr. Holston. Seconded by Dr. Wells. Mr. Holston?
Yes. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5274 North Church Street from County AG Agricultural to City P&R Parkland and Natural Resource Areas to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city P&R zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. We will take items 9, 10, 11, and 12 together. Item H9 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at a portion of 2401 Minor Wood Road, 7.87 acres, Evangel Fellowship World Ministries. Item H10, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning and rezoning at 2401 Minor Wood Road, East Carolina Community Development, Inc. for Evangel Fellowship World Ministries and the City of Greensboro. H11, public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at a portion of 2230 East Cone Boulevard, 8.2 acres, Evangel Fellowship World Ministries. And item H12, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning and rezoning for 2230 East Cone Boulevard, East Carolina Community Development, Inc. for Evangel Fellowship Word Ministries and the City of Greensboro. We do have one speaker signed up in favor. Mr. Keith Walker, Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. And just for council clarification, we're bringing items for the north side of the street first, 2401 Minorwood Boulevard, or Minorwood Road, excuse me, for annexation and original zoning. And then separately, we have the annexation on the south side of the road for consideration. They are the same applicant, same owners, but the presence of Cone Boulevard, it's appropriate to consider those two items separately. In terms of 2401 Minor Wood Road, which is located on the north side of East Cone Boulevard, again, the request is to annex a portion of the property and then also to rezone a portion of property already in the city. So you're going from county RS 30 residential single family and then R3 and R5 city districts residential single family to the RM 18 residential multifamily classification. North of that request is currently zoned city R3, county RS 30 residential single family, and county RS 30 MH, which is single family residential with a manufactured home overlay. East request is zoned county RS 30 and city R5. South is of the request is county RS 30 and city R5. And west request is currently zoned city R3 residential single family. This subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North of the request is undeveloped land and single family dwellings. East and south is currently undeveloped at this time. West request is a religious assembly use, an educational facility, and multifamily dwellings located further to the west. Properties designated as residential in the future land use map, the comprehensive plan, and urban general on the future built form map. Staff concluded that the original zoning and rezoning request does support the comprehensive plans, creating Great Places goal to create a citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework goal to arrange our land uses where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. The proposed RM18 district does allow uses compatible with the existing uses and densities in the area, and staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered the annexation, original zoning and rezoning requests at their November 21st meeting and unanimously recommended approval of all items. There were no speakers on that. Again, because part of the property is not currently in the city's jurisdiction, it's coming to City Council this evening to answer your questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Okay. And we do have one speaker, Mr. Walker.
My name is Keith Walker. I'm with East Carolina Community Development. I'm representing Evangel Church. We're here to talk about our development, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Walker? Do we have a motion on H9? Moved by Dr.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Seconded by Ms. Boozwaiter. I'm glad to see that we do need to motion and say it at the same time. So, council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
The next one will be yes. That carries 8-0. Do we have a motion on H10? Yeah, I think Dr. Wells was trying to
motion. I'll second.
You better give it to it.
Second.
Dr. Wells?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its actions to approve the original zoning request for the property at 2401 Middlewood Road from County RS 30 residential single family, City R3 residential single family 3, and City R5 residential single family 5 to City RM 18 residential multifamily. To be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built format and future land use map. The proposed city RM 18 zoning district permits use which fits the context of the surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community and improve in and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. That passes 8-0. Item H11,
Move the item.
moved by Mr. Holston. Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
and that passes 8-0. Item number H12, we need a statement of consistency.
12.
Mm.
Okay,
Moved by Dr. Wells.
all right.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believe that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 2230 East Cone Boulevard from County RS 30 residential single family to City R3 residential single family and City R5 residential family single family to City RM 18 residential multifamily. To be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built format and future land use map. The proposed City RM 18 zoning district permits uses which fits the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Okay. Thank
Mrs. Hightower,
yes, I'm a yes.
and that passes 8-0.
Yeah, and Mr. Keith, it's nice to see you up here in Greensboro. I met you this summer in at Beaufort at our Black Elected Officials Conference. So sorry I can't be there in person, but thank you for what you're doing.
I want to say that this will be a valued addition to the area. That area has been, when Evangel built at on Cone, it was just an area, there was no street there or anything. And now there's a school and the church. And I think, and it's close to the shopping center. So it's going to bring a lot to that area. So I'm really pleased that it's going to happen. I know it's not going to happen overnight, but when it's built, we will really appreciate it.
Thank you. Items H13 and H14. Item H13 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning for a portion of 3234 Horsepen Creek Road, BSC Holdings LLC for Judy and William Aldette. And item 14, public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning a portion of 3216 and 3234 and all of 3238 and 3240 Horsepen Creek Road and all of 4209 and 4213 Piermont Drive, BSC Holdings for Rhonda Anderson on behalf of Young Men's Christian Association. We do have 3 speakers in favor. Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request this evening is to rezone property from a combination of CDPI, conditional district public institutional, and R3 residential single family to PI for a small sliver of the request and the majority of the request to PUD planned unit development. North of these requests is currently zoned CDRM8 conditional district residential multifamily, as well as CDRM5 also multifamily, CDR3 conditional district residential single family. East of the request is currently zoned CDPI conditional district public institutional and R3 residential single family. South of these requests is currently zoned CDPI conditional district public institutional, and west request is zoned CDPI and R3 with CDRM8 conditional district residential multifamily located further to the west. The subject properties currently contain a number of single family dwellings and undeveloped land. North of these requests is a daycare center, preschool, townhomes, and single family dwellings. South of the requests are outdoor recreation fields. West of the request is a combination of indoor and outdoor recreation facilities, religious assembly use, and townhomes. The designation on the future land use map for these properties is residential and is also designated as urban general on the future built form map. This is a planned unit development, so there is an associated unified development plan that goes with this that was approved by our technical review committee and reviewed as part of the hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission. There are several conditions that go with this request. One thing I will note, well, two things I will note. There were additional conditions that were added after the Planning and Zoning Commission, but were advertised for the city council hearing this evening. That's conditions 2, 3, and 4. I've also been in conversation with the developers and they wish to further reduce the unit count on condition number 1. It was advertised as 325 units and now they wish to reduce that number to 250. So we'll need city council to accept that change to the conditions.
Do we motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. Again, staff has evaluated the requests and determined that they do support the comprehensive plans filling in our framework big idea to range land uses to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro and creating great places, big idea strategy of meeting housing needs and desires with a sufficient and diverse supply of housing products, prices, and locations. The proposed PUD and PI zoning districts would permit a variety of uses, inclusive of multifamily housing and recreational uses that are complementary to the existing recreational or residential uses on the adjacent and nearby properties, and staff is recommending approval of these requests. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered these requests originally at the October 17th meeting. The commission did vote to deny the request at that time. And the request was subsequently appealed by the applicant and then further revised, and they can explain that as part of their presentation. There were 3 speakers in opposition at that hearing and 3 speakers in favor, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. You can come up in either order.
Excuse me. My name is Amanda Williams, BSC Holdings, address is 4425 Monument Trace here in Greensboro. We came to you several years ago on a property called the Lofts at New Garden on New Garden Road. At the time, that was a development that Greensboro had never seen before. That building is one building with 189 units. We built that community to hope to appeal to the neighborhood to have an extra place for folks to downsize and be able to live. That development has been very successful. We own, build, manage, and develop everything. We don't sell. We're a little unique in that regard. This property on Horsepen Creek that I'm going to share with you was brought to us. And when we looked at it, we recognized that instantly, you have the YMCA on the left of you, you have Noble Academy on the right. And really there is the need for housing in this area. We also recognized instantly that there was a lot of challenges to this property. We knew GDOT was not going to allow a curb cut. And so we instantly reached out to the Spears YMCA and the YMCA of Greensboro. We've spoken for many years. We've come up with an agreement with them that is actually very beneficial to the YMCA, and I'll elaborate on that in just a minute. That would also allow us access to the light. We've had many discussions with Noble Academy in regards to a sewer easement and some change suggestions they made at P&Z. And I'm happy to say that we finally have reached an agreement with them for an access to the sewer. We've had many neighborhood meetings. We originally came, as Mike said, to P&Z in September. And we had a bunch of neighborhood meetings. We had a big Zoom call. I spoke with many neighbors individually as well. And when we got, excuse me, Mike, I might need to say. There we go. This was our original zoning plan that we presented to the neighbors. We had 3 access points from the YMCA drive into the proposed development, which you can see in gray. We were proposing at the time a maximum of 325 units, and we had 2 access points on Piermont. And you can see the most northern access point was right across from Noble Academy Drive, which is what GDOT had suggested to us. We presented this to the neighbors in P and Z, and we honestly heard a lot of comments that we had not heard before. Concerns about traffic, concerns about safety, issues within the YMCA parking lot. And so we took those to heart. And the next day we picked up the phone and we called Joe Hennigan, who's here tonight. If you'd like to speak to him, he's the executive director of the Spears YMCA. And John Davenport, who's our consultant, and said, these are the issues. And we think there's a lot of validity to those. And we really want to take those to heart and see how can we improve this, not only for us, but for the YMCA, because the YMCA is so frequented by all of the members of the community. And so here's just real brief the issues of the YMCA today. You've got really limited vehicle stacking distance in that area. If anybody's been out there, and I'll show you in just a slide or two, the existing drive today of, at the Y at Horseman Creek is a ski slope. So that creates a lot of congestion in there. There's a lot of safety concerns today with people walking across the parking lot with the Y and where their current access drive. There's a lot of repairs needed in the parking lot. And there's a lot of traffic conflicts that exist there today. The current access drive has a really limited stacking distance. It has 3 lanes. There's a lot of parking conflicts and all that. And so that was a lot of the concerns that came from the neighbors in P and Z. And we said, this is the area that really needs to be fixed. And we really need to address these issues. So we, like I said, we reached out to Davenport and we came up with a new plan. And this is that drive real quick. But I would like to flip it to Barry real quick and let him talk to you about the proposed improvements. And this is new since we've been at P and Z.
Good evening, Barry Siegel, same address as Amanda. Very simply, we spent a lot of time talking with the Y in terms of what their needs were and how we can possibly improve, the situation out there. And then, of course, we heard from the neighbors and we took all that into consideration. And so basically we worked a little bit of a land swap with the Y and an agreement to help them improve, that situation. And the bottom line is that, the Y owns some property, as you saw in an earlier illustration, which was 2 lots that they had acquired some time ago that they were planning to add additional parking to. That was a fair distance from the Y and would have necessitated people walking from those lots right across the entry drive to the Y. And so we came up with a solution that said, let us go ahead and add the same number of spots that you have virtually got had you developed those 2 acres that you had, and let us see what we can do to improve your lot and improve the safety issues. So basically what you see in front of you is the solution that we came up with. The problem that was happening was people were parking heads in parking in that first 200 feet from Horseman Creek Road. And so when people were trying to pull into that parking spot, they'd slow down and the cars behind them would kind of stack back up to Horseman Creek Road. And the same way that when someone was trying to pull out, they were causing congestion, going out. And so basically what the solution that we came up with and we discussed with the Y is to go ahead and remove those spots on the left-hand side as you come in that had the heads in parking, and to limit the access to the first 2 drives that were also causing a problem with people trying to turn in, turn right, or people trying to come out and cause all of that congestion. And also to reduce the slope, that happened as a result of the widening of Horseman Creek Road. And so basically what you're seeing here in front of you is the solution that we came up with. And then in addition to that, we looked at the pedestrian access across the site. And you can see just looking at this particular illustration, everything to the left of that red dotted line would be the additional property that would be developed, on behalf of the YMCA, that we would add that 130 spots so that we're virtually adding 2 rows of parking and that little finger on the bottom. But also, as important, go to the next one, man, if you can, we would be providing elevated crosswalks for safety and appropriate stop signs, okay, at the appropriate location. And so the development of the site that Amanda was talking about in front of you this evening for the apartment, that traffic would virtually come out at the access point, okay, in which they're up in the front about 200 feet, and there'd be from Horseman Creek Road, and there'd be no access into the drive lane, the existing drive lane through the YMCA site. So you wouldn't have the additional traffic coming across that drive lane and having problems of people trying to walk across that and having that drive lane. And then you can also see on this illustration the two elevated crosswalks, okay, that will provide the pedestrian access from the YMCA site to the additional parking to the multifamily and vice versa from the multifamily to the Y, because we wanted to have an integrated type development that people from this apartment complex would be encouraged to use the Y. Okay, and the one last thing I'll just mention, based upon some conversations that we had with the Noble Academy and listening to their concerns, we moved the access point, which was directly across from the Noble Academy's access onto Piermont. We moved that further south so there won't be kind of congestion and it heads in. So, Amanda, if you just kind of wrap up.
So, as Mike said, this is our new revised UDP that was submitted with the new zoning conditions. I do want to touch upon two other things that were brought up at P and Z. One was the traffic impact study. The neighbors brought up that the traffic impact study was done when school was not in session on one count, and on another count that when the road was still under construction. So we decided we were going to go at our expense and ask Davenport to redo the traffic study. And John's here to speak on behalf of that, as well as the fact that we wanted to factor in that we were reducing our units to 250. And I will say the reason we said 325 was that was just a rough preliminary number so early on. And as we started getting more into the design, we said, there's no way, no how, that's not going to work. And so, this is a more realistic number of what we think. The other things that were brought up by the neighbors that we hope we've addressed now with the entrance of the Y was there was a lot of concern about the existing stoplight at Horseman Creek and Hanbury and the YMCA and the congestion backup on that. When you go back and you look at the existing drive, it's a steep slope. Most folks are going to hesitate when they get up there. Most folks are going to hesitate when they get down. We heard a lot of concern about congestion, all that. We hope by providing a 200-foot stacking area that would help improve that intersection greatly for folks coming in and folks coming out. We spoke, we have shared this plan, everything you guys are seeing this evening, we shared with the neighbors. I reached out personally to two of the neighbors that came to the P&Z meeting and said, we'd love to get together with you and share what we've got. They spread the word to the Tuscany Townhomes, Laurel Run, which is another neighborhood, and another gentleman, I forget where he's from. We had 6 of them. We met December 13th for over 2 hours, went over all of this stuff with them. The feedback I got was that's a lot better. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Joe's here if you'd like to answer any questions. I have any questions answered, and we'd be happy to turn it over to John if you'd like. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Move to close the public hearing.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Sharon?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I didn't want to cough in your face.
Oh, sorry. So any discussion or do we have a motion on H13?
Move the item, please, Mayor.
Second.
And that will require a statement of consistency. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader.
So this is 13.
Yes.
The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. Proposed PI zoning district permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
and that passes 8-0. We need a motion for H14, which also requires
So
a
moved.
statement. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mr. Holston.
The request is consistent with the comprehensive plans, future built form map, and future land use map. Proposed PUD zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area, limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounded community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote.
Yeah, I would just like to say while we're voting, I think this is one of the most creative zoning cases that we have looked at, and perhaps the most creative one in my 10 years or so on council. So I really applaud the developers, what you've done to improve the situation at the Y for the school, for the surrounding area is really amazing. It's really very creative work, and the integration is really extremely significant. And I thank you and applaud you for your work.
And if I could also chime in just briefly, that creativity also had to give some credit to the neighbors and those who came out and who expressed some concerns that took everybody back to the drawing board, so to speak, and did come up with this creative solution. I like it also.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
and that passes 8-0. I have to say, I really like the layout of the apartments also, especially the internal apartments that are kind of around that courtyard. I'm sure those will be the most popular. Thank you. Now we move on to the general business portion of our agenda. Item I1 is a resolution establishing a Public Service Heroes Homebuyer Program. This item was postponed from our November 15th, 2022 City Council meeting.
I'll move the item.
Sharon, you're moving the item?
Yes, I'll move it.
And seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Why don't we get a quick overview so people understand the changes that were made?
Yes, that's a good idea.
Good evening, Caitlin Bowers with the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department. I'm here to present the Public Service Heroes Homebuyer Program. And we have a longstanding homebuyer assistance program serving households at or below 80% area median income. What we're proposing here is the Public Service Heroes. It would be an add-on to our existing program. Starting with why Public Service Heroes. This program is to help those that help us in our community to foster wealth building opportunities for moderate income residents. It enables our workforce to live in the place they serve, encourage stability in our Greensboro neighborhoods, and promote the affordable homeownership goals of Housing GSO. Is this better? Okay, is this better? These are the three core criteria for the Public Service Heroes program. Designated public service employees area median income between 80 and 120, and buying in Greensboro city limits. These are the main council-driven directives and comments that came out of the October 27th council work session and subsequent discussions with council members and our program partners. These directives confirmed fundamental program components such as employment eligibility, the amount of assistance, and loan forgiveness. We've incorporated these directives into the HEROES Homebuyer Program guidelines. Beyond the proposal to increase the base assistance amount to $15,000 and double the geographic area incentive to $10,000, we also are, the income limit is now at 120% area median income, which has clearly been indicated as an income band of focus for the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department. The next three mirror NCHFA models as best practice based on the current housing market. No minimum investment from the buyer. Buyers can receive up to $2,500 back at closing. No front end ratio with a 45% back end. We have access to $500,000 bond dollars a year for this program funding. The program will be first come, first served until funding is depleted each year. We're proposing up to $15,000 with an additional $10,000 bonus for home buying and reinvestment and redevelopment areas, making a program maximum of up to $25,000. And these amounts can roughly equate to the purchase power of most home buyers needing to invest a percentage into a purchase price. And this outlines the scope of public service workers, City of Greensboro, Guilford County Public School teachers and administrators, active military and military veterans. And I can answer any questions.
Quick question for you, Caitlin. I may have missed it in the presentation, but these are last fund dollars for down payment and closing cost assistance?
Yes, this program model is designed to be a last fund program. Home buyers can also access funds for home down payment and closing cost assistance through places like the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. So these dollars would be to help those home buyers that need a little extra boost.
Mrs. Hightower, Mr. Holston and I met with city staff, lenders, realtors to talk about this home buyers program and how it can be more effective and robust. And we've changed it a little bit since the original proposal in November. And this will enable us to fund up to 50 families. And truly, this was discussed as a way to attract and retain city employees. We know that, people have lots of options and where they can go. And we decided to increase that to county workers, especially teachers, because we know that teachers don't quite get the same amount of money from Guilford County that they do in other communities throughout North Carolina. So I hope that this will be a good recruitment tool for us. And also, the one thing that was different was that we preserved the, I still like to call it the 100 homes program, even though we're well over 1,000 homes. That was going to be discontinued with what came up in November, but now that will be continued if we obligate $1 million of ARP funds that will allow us to do 100 families for next year.
And
Okay, and I'm sorry.
go ahead, Hugh, but
Please,
I don't know if you can hear me, so I don't want to talk
we
long
can
anyway.
share. Sharon, please. It's on you.
No, it's okay. No, I just thought it was critically important that we revisited the criteria around this. So I appreciate staff, but I also appreciate our partners who brought with them over 100-some years experience, being in the real estate business for 35 years each, doing this work and knowing that people are expecting some type of assistance, and I'm still currently in the pipeline. So I'm glad we're able to do both. I think it helped both. So I appreciate the effort that we made to get this done. But I really think our teachers, school teachers will benefit, our county workers, cafeteria workers, they will also benefit. You know, they're our public service heroes too. And they do the hard work every day. And I certainly think we should honor them by offering them this incentive. So I'm glad we were able to make both happen. So thank you.
Right.
Mr. Holston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just as in the previous case that we heard, where the opposition and developer came together and made a good project even better. Very happy to say, as the mayor mentioned, that several of us met with real estate folk, lenders, agency folk, and came together and made a good program even better. That collaborative effort is always there. It's still sharpening steel. And it's going to be for the benefit of Greensboro, for the benefit of our community and our public service heroes. And it really couldn't be any better. And just very happy to be a part of the process.
Mrs. Thurm?
Thank you. I look forward to this program and to this program being a huge success, and you know, hopefully we'll run out of money quickly because so many people are taking advantage of it. But I particularly like the idea that though it is city funded, we are opening it up to Guilford County employees. And I look forward to this being such a success that we partner with the county in subsequent years, so that perhaps we can partner together on funding this effort and make it an even bigger opportunity for folks in the future. So I think it's an exciting plan. I think it's an innovative plan. And I want to thank everyone that worked on it. So thank you.
We are adding 5 new reinvestment areas that were recommended in the HRNA study, which is the Mill District, Glenwood, Random Woods, Dudley Heights, and Kings Forest. So that's exciting to be able to invest some money into those neighborhoods. Any other?
Y'all be sure to get the house that stands beside me. It's been vacant 15 years.
Well, somebody got to buy it. You got to get somebody to buy.
Council, please vote.
We can figure it out.
Move the item. Who moved the item?
Sharon was really just kidding.
Oh, no.
And Mrs. Hightower, you are a yes?
Yes, I am.
And that passes 8-0. Now we move on to item I2, which is an ordinance amending chapter 26, article 11 of the Greensboro Code of Ordinances titled Social District. This item was postponed from the November 15th, 2022 City Council meeting. We do have 3 speakers signed up to speak on this item: Mary Ann Contagenis, Elizabeth Contagenis, and Charles Manuel.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I am Dr. Mary Ann Contagenis.
I apologize.
That's okay. Not an issue, not an issue, just making a point as opposed to private citizen Contagenis. Okay, I opened my office in February of 2001 at 211 State Street. I owned the Renaissance Center for Plastic Surgery and Wellness. I left that space just for a very brief period in 2017, but returned back in 2018. So this February, that means I will have been there 21 years, and I am the second largest tenant on the street. But my business is very different from the rest of the tenants on the street. I've spent a lot of time, energy, and effort to establish my practice, which includes a fully accredited ambulatory surgical center and an advanced medical spa along with my regular practice. This is my livelihood. Had I not been in attendance here 2 weeks ago to speak on behalf of my family's business and heard about the social district, I would not have known about it. But thank God I did, and here I am today speaking to you. If the city has been looking at this since the summer or early fall and talking to businesses on the street, then why has no one come to talk to me or knock on my door?
The only reason that some of the State Street merchants that are under Alliance Management met with Ms. Harrell and Mr. Davis virtually on Friday was because of my assistance with the management company. It is not okay and not appropriate for city representatives to not address this proposal with me. Again, I am the second largest tenant on the street and the second longest one. Cafe Pasta only beats me on that. It is also not appropriate to include my practice in a social district. And actually, we don't need a social district on State Street. Patients deserve their privacy, and we make every attempt to protect that for them in my office. I'm not saying that someone might accost them on the street, but they may be inappropriate. We have a multi-level office, and as I have a larger space on the second floor, but I also have a ground floor entrance. I must have appropriate access for patients with disabilities, as well as discharging patients from surgeries, medical procedures, and for post-op patients. I had a larger space on the ground floor, but downsized over the past few months, I've been considering expanding again, but this would definitely influence that decision. In 21 years, there's only been one patient that walked in on the street to make an appointment. We don't schedule appointments that way. And if someone walked in that had been drinking, ethically, I would not be able to take care of that patient with a plastic surgery procedure. I spoke to Ms. Harrell and Mr. Davis yesterday, but they seem to be on a pathway with blinders on to try to establish this social district. There is no unity among State Street businesses. This process was hastily put together at the request of a State Street tenant, Dorn, who has State Street Wine Company. And Mr. Davis said that he was the one who was referred to as the State Street representative. We have no one. Again, it is inappropriate, and I strongly speak against establishing this district. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for giving us this time to speak. My name is Elizabeth Contagianis. I'm here on behalf of making State Street a social drinking area. In the course of conversations with Miss Andrea Harrell, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Mr. Trey Davis, Assistant City Manager, the proposed social district map was discussed. We asked why the district would stop at State Street Jewelers, who, by the way, are moving at the end of next year to Battleground, and not include the Gate City Church of God, the ID Collaborative, the Raymond James Building, the hair salon next to it, and an investment company next to that, as it would complete State Street up to Elm Street. Ms. Harold replied that in designing the social district, they did not want to have the possibility of someone walking with a drink going onto a busy street like Elm Street or Church Street, so the boundaries did not go far. We then looked at the boundaries of the downtown Greensboro Social District, and that is up on the screen right now. To our surprise, the boundaries include a very long stretch of North Elm Street, Gay City Boulevard, Martin Luther King Jr. Street, Green Street, Spring Garden Street, Eugene Street, and Church Street. We're displaying the map to refresh everyone's memory. They are all very busy streets in these areas of downtown. So I guess there's a double standard that is being used, or these excluded businesses may not have wanted to be included in the district. We agree that the church property is not appropriate to be included, and the other businesses likely would not benefit. But when we asked to be excluded from the district, there was resistance. The Tanger Center said that they did not want to participate in the downtown social district, and they are excluded from it. But then they have a lot of pull with the city of Greensboro, which we don't. The Renaissance Center for Plastic Surgery and Wellness is a respected plastic surgery practice. Dr. Contagianis has been voted best plastic surgeon by the News and Record Readers' Choice Awards for 8 years running. We must see patients by appointment and do not depend on street traffic. We regularly perform medical procedures and surgeries as we have a fully accredited outpatient surgical center. Dr. Contagianis is board certified and an active member of the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. If someone came to our office off the street and was inebriated, we would not be able to do anything for them because of our code of ethics. And we do not want to discharge our patients to a possible bar scene. Although the majority of our office is on the second floor, we have an elevator in the building that was paid by us, as we must have a first floor entryway for all patients, especially those with disabilities and someone after having a procedure. In the short time that we found out about the proposed social district, we asked our patients and they agreed that they would like to be discharged as privately as possible. In short, we don't think that making State Street a social district would benefit, and we do not want to be part of it. The person who brought this to our attention said that it stopped at Cafe Pasta.
Thank you. Mr. Manuel?
Greetings. Good evening. My name is Charles Manuel. I'm a clinical esthetician at Renaissance. And we're in favor of economic opportunity. We're in favor of revitalizing the district. It's just a matter of how. And of being truly aware. So we're asking for clarity throughout the process. We're asking for stated interaction of how do we interact about the process, and then how do we assess that so that it's something that's applicable to all of our businesses in a way that's positive. When you think about this, so some of the questions might be, what exactly are all of the tenants? Because we've only been aware of it for 2 weeks. So what are the tenants and characteristics of the social district? We can't really judge something that we don't know the tenants of. Are there any appropriate limitations that might be placed on it so that it could be more applicable to all of us? Limitations might be applicable. Might cause it to work better for all of us. There's not really one party that speaks for everyone on State Street. There are some groups, of course, but there's not really any one party that speaks for State Street. So we're basically asking that there be awareness and that we actually get some input so that then we can actually assess and say for ourselves, do we see that there's a need for a social district? You know, once again, I'm in favor of economic opportunity. I'm in favor of revitalizing the district. And in Europe, I absolutely love social districts in Europe. It's the cultural norm in Europe. It's something that I love about going to Europe. So so in favor of the opportunity. The question for me is how, and can we actually, as we do this, can we prepare correctly for it? Can we prepare correctly for the parking issues that this may cause? Right now, our patients literally, a lot of them park at Walgreens and walk down the hill to us, or walk up the hill to us rather. So can we prepare for parking? Can we prepare for safety? Can we actually prepare correctly for what we're shooting for? So can all of us be aware? Can we have clarity of the process? Can we have a stated interaction? And then can we actually assess how to go about this in a way that would be appropriate? Maybe with limitations, maybe there's no need for it at all. But can we actually prepare appropriately? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to see if I can amend the current ordinance that would have a start date of April 1st, which would allow for more conversations with State Street, so they know what they can do, how they can opt out, how they don't have to be a part of the social district if you do not wish to. You know, in speaking to some of the retail owners in downtown Greensboro since the social district started about 9 months ago, they have noticed an increase in their business, and they've noticed an increase in repeat business, that sometimes people, as they're going from a restaurant or to a bar, that they'll stop into a store that they've never been before, and that they purchase items and they come back. So, State Street has been through a number of transformations over the years. And I think that it is undergoing a renaissance. And I think we owe it to the business owners to give them an opportunity if this is a way to increase their business. And this is done on a voluntary basis. Nobody is forced to be a part of the social district. So I do want to make that motion to start to have the start date of April 1st, if I get a second.
I'll second that motion, Madam Mayor.
I just want to say, while I have heard the same thing, that it has done great for businesses, it also requires a lot more money in social districts. I looked around the country and it requires more policing. And we need to take all of those things into consideration.
So regarding, can we take a vote on the changing the start date to April 1st? Voice vote would be fine.
Yes.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mrs. Hightower? Well, we'll see if she gets on. Other comments, motion?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to
Yeah.
ask, if I may.
Go ahead.
Ask Mr. Davis, I know you referred to it, but this is not anything we can force a business to do, correct, Mr. Davis?
Yes, you're correct. And the mayor described it
She-
perfectly.
yeah.
Ultimately, and we've experienced it downtown with the map area, identified map area downtown. If a business is in the identified map area, then they can post signage to indicate that they don't welcome people who are consuming alcohol inside their establishment.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Davis, actually, Yvonne, say what you said earlier. You're saying that because of this social district, we now have to have more resources of police and others that we currently don't have.
Well, I didn't
So-
say it exactly that way, Sharon, but what my research has taught me as I look at cities around the country that have them, many of them have had to spend more resources because in particular on public safety.
Mrs. Thurm?
We have the chief here and I would like to hear
That's a good idea.
perspective on whether or not the social districts have added to the stress on our downtown police squad.
Ready to go. Okay. So no, we have not seen a significant increase in resources in the downtown area. Now, what is different about the downtown area is we have devoted police resources in that area already. So it's kind of hard to say if there would be a significant increase on those existing resources. I will say I've had a number of conversations with our downtown officers, and there has not been any reported incidents related to a social district in the downtown. So I would tend to say there's nothing to support that there's been any negative impact with the social district in the downtown area.
Mr. Holston?
Yeah, it seems to me that the social district experiment thus far in downtown Greensboro has been a success. Not only a small business development, but also the lack of any negative activities. The businesses do have the opportunity to opt out if they so choose. And it just seems like it's something that has had a positive effect on our economic development. On, you know, we talk about that vibe that Greensboro has that's going to build and attract not only those in the social district, but also throughout the community as a whole, because it's Greensboro is a great place to be. I'm in support.
Mrs. Thurm, did you have another comment?
Madam Mayor, I had my e-sign is died again.
What?
I said my e-sign has died again.
Sorry, I don't know that we can understand.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember
Oh, her
Hightower,
scribe. Okay.
Councilmember Hightower, I'm going to have Tori give you a call.
But Mrs. Hightower, did you have a comment?
Well, yes, it's what she said though, was that, I'm sorry, guys, it's getting late. I gotta get off here. your police are downtown, but now you're going to State Street. So now you've got to put more resources in that particular area. How is that going to affect the social district? It's not like they're downtown riding their bicycles through. So they're on the other side of State Street. So I would think that it would add to the additional resources. And we already discussing how short we are in other spaces.
Mayor, I'm gonna ask Attorney Harold and myself have worked on this one, this map as well as downtown map. She's here as well to be able to answer some of those questions. And we both have worked together with GPD and I see Chief Thompson just stepped back up as well. You know, from GPD's evaluation of this and their assessment, we don't see a need to add additional police resources to the social district on State Street. You know, a lot of the planning that goes into this takes into account the hours and the time. We are very strategic with that. I think we discussed that with the downtown map, with the noon to 9 o'clock, but also the number of businesses that are participating in the service of alcohol are not multiple businesses. And this is, again, there's some great comments and great perspective as it relates to how it can enhance and what it can do for the atmosphere on this street. You know, going back to some of the description that was provided by some of the speakers, helps actually indicate what we were doing to make sure for safety in this particular map, where we drew the lines. It is a small area. It is an area that's in a safe footprint. So again, I see Chief Thompson and Attorney Harold. I think one of the concerns, going back to Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Hightower, we do want to provide you with some feedback that'll remind not only the council, but also the public that may be watching that safety is a huge part of how we plan this.
Well, for me personally, I'm very concerned about it because then if that's the case and somebody else in another area of the city wants another district, then they want to apply. Then our police are going to start to be in all those areas. They're already stretched thin now. And then we're going to lose some services. How are you going to manage that?
Councilwoman Hightower, I do agree. I think as we go forward and we're considering additional areas that would need to be a consideration. When we look at our downtown area and that we currently have bike officers in our downtown area, if there was going to be an issue with a social district, it most likely would have been identified because we have the officers down there working constantly, and it would have been brought to their attention quickly. I can, with a lot of confidence, tell you I'm not familiar and talk frequently with our downtown guys that there has been a single incident that they've been able to identify related to a social district into the downtown area. So if I look at that as kind of a precursor to what State Street may look like, I know it's a different location, different resources. From the law enforcement perspective, I don't have any concerns regarding the coverage that would be needed on State Street. I don't feel that there would be additional coverage needed on State Street for it. But I do agree that as the city looks to expand into other areas, that would have to be a consideration to be taken into account.
Well, you know what they say, when Big Brother's watching, that's one thing. And so Big Brother's always watching downtown. And so I'm sure downtown is safe. I'm just concerned that it's going to start to be some other areas. And I just would like to make sure we got adequate resources to monitor it. So thank you very much for your comment, for weighing in on that.
Ms. Harold, did you want to add anything to that?
I would absolutely echo what the chief said. You know, we talked with the downtown bike officers before we ever entertained this idea with State Street. We remained in touch with them to make sure we were having a successful project. The chief is right. We don't have necessarily bike officers dedicated to State Street. We did meet with our District 4 community resource officers. They were the ones that were helping us canvass these businesses. Talk to them a little bit about what we had heard from downtown. You know, do you guys think this is going to be a problem? Do you see a lot of response that would be necessary? And they did not. So they certainly were part of the conversation and part of how we arrived at this map. we took into account safety concerns, of course, but also trying to capitalize on as many businesses on State Street that wanted to participate.
I'm sorry, we can't have conversations from the gallery, or we'll have to ask you to leave. Mrs. Sturm?
Yes, just to clarify, Trey, we didn't ask for this district, right? The businesses came to us and requested that we create a social district for them, correct?
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
And about how many businesses do you know or have asked or want to participate? What, you've canvassed the area, and what are we looking at here?
So initially, there were a few, probably 4 or 5. Most of them were establishments that do provide alcohol. As we continued the conversation and had more conversations, and ultimately, as just a few weeks ago, after the property management company began to assist us, then more businesses were engaged. I think we're up to engage in about 15 different businesses with varying positions and discussions or questions around it. We compare this to how we approach the mapping for downtown. We had the luxury of having a DGI who has these consistent conversations with the businesses that are in the downtown footprint. So we were able to bring them collectively together. We're at that place. We're very appreciative of the management company that has assisted us in communicating with businesses, not just businesses that provide alcohol, but also businesses that may have other professions that are in the area to provide that feedback. So at this point, we're looking at maybe 15 or so businesses that have given input, give or take either way.
Okay, so my take on this is the businesses on State Street typically have, that are included in this footprint, are basically not, if we were going to have problems, there are more bars, there's more alcohol, there was more possibility for issues downtown than in the character and the businesses on State Street overall. I think when we've got 14, 15 businesses that are wishing to participate, and we think that we can do it safely, I think it's worth trying and worth doing. I understand some businesses will choose not to participate and don't want to be a part of it. And that's their prerogative as well, but I think we need to, we've got a large percentage of the people on on State Street that want to participate, that want to give it a go. I would like to see us approve this map.
There are no further comments.
So I, being of free speech and free mind, have a concern about it. And so State Street may be small in number, but it doesn't mean it will be not big in problems. And so that's my concern. And then what's going to happen when there's other areas that are going to want this, Spring Garden Street and other areas, what are you going to start to say? And that's a concern for me. And so I just think we have to have certain parameters in place when you're looking at doing this. And that's my concern. And that's why I'm not voting for it. I think we need to do a lot more due diligence, even at State Street, if people want to walk around, drink, and buy clothes. Maybe it's a good thing, but right now my concern is we're opening up Pandora's box. And I just wonder where that's going to land us.
Can we move the item?
We can move
So
it
that
wherever
was
you want.
moved by Ms. Abuzawader and seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Sharon, you said you're a no?
That's correct, yes.
I don't see it coming up.
Councilmember Wells,
And that passes 5-3. We now will move on to number H3, which is a resolution to extend the economic development incentive contract for HACO.
Move the item.
That has been moved and seconded. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Marshall, thanks for hanging out. That was a quick one. Item number I.4, resolution to authorize the adoption of the strategic energy plan pathways 10 to 100% renewable energy.
Move the item. A second. And my screen doesn't come up, so I can't see it. Mary Kay. Yes, I can't see it.
Um. Yeah, we do have two speakers, Bill McNeil and Nicole. Gideon.
While that's loading, I just wanted to thank everybody who stayed for this item that are in the audience. Thank you.
What's the hold up here?
Okay. Good evening. You want me to stop? Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and our distinguished council board. Thank you so much for this opportunity in this late hour to present the final strategic energy plan. It's been delayed for quite some time.
Too long.
Due to the pandemic and everything, and then, getting the Office of Sustainability and Resilience established, et cetera. So to just kind of, try to move expeditiously, the city's strategic energy plan pathways to 100% renewable energy was developed in response to the resolution to support the establishment of a 20-year SEP strategic energy plan with goals to transition the city to 100% renewable energy. So to reflect just a little bit, the city has been engaged in sustainability for a number of years, as many of you already know. The Community Sustainability Council was created in 2008. Some of them are here, they've hung out tonight. We have the former chair and the current chair, Nicole Gaines, here tonight, and Jeff Sovich was here as well earlier, who's a senior planner in the planning department. So we have, they've been active since 2008. And with that, moving forward in 2010, the Sustainability Action Plan was developed, but it was never formally adopted. So that showed the city showing progress towards sustainability. Sorry. And then, in 2017, the city submitted a compiled version of climate and sustainability related information to the CDP, which was formerly known as the Carbon Disclosure Project. So basically, there's been many progress over the years showing sustainability and looking at, sorry, I didn't advance the slide. Looking at the slide here where a lot of people are looking at the resolution that was adopted December 3rd of 2019 and are concerned about how will we reduce these greenhouse gas emissions from city operations by 40% or more by 2025. So we have 3 years to do that. How can we reduce the overall energy consumption per square foot in all our city-owned buildings by 40% or more by 2025? So that's why it's kind of emphasized here. And then, of course, how do we transition to 100% renewable energy in city operations by 2040, which is now, 18 years away. So it's really, really quickly. So this is a quick snapshot, basically of some estimated data used to just show you a trend analysis of energy that we've used since 2010. So this is data by the month of energy usage in the entire city since 2010 to November of 2022. So basically looking at this graph is just basically showing that, of course, if you look at all the city buildings in the entire city operations, each building will fluctuate. You may have one building that, of course, may use more energy in the winter than it does, than it needs cooling in the summer. So you just, there's going to be fluctuations there. But so it's like, how do we assess that? How can we have a bigger snapshot where we're monitoring this data on a monthly basis? Of course, we have a department that has an energy fund that looks at they're monitoring, certain buildings, but how can we expand that so that it's looking at this data more comprehensively? So, the immediate next steps for this is definitely establishing some sort of comprehensive monthly monitoring process. And for us to be somewhere in that 40% in 3 years, we need to be somewhere around 30,000 BTUs. So, of course, working more closely with engineering and inspections, our utility engineer, we're working to put this in action and be able to create more monthly reporting. So the next slide is basically showing the city's dirty dozen, they call it. This is like the terminology that our utility engineer has gone with. So this is looking at, and it reflects the strategic energy plan where you see our high electricity users in the city. And it just kind of ranks them by total kilowatt per hour. And this is just to basically show you that we are in the process of we're definitely looking at this comprehensively now due to trying to get this plan approved for adoption. Our energy vision, basically, this is stemming from the resolution of establishing a pathway to 100% renewable energy by 2040. And then it coincides with, it kind of aligns with our Greensboro 2040 comprehensive plan. So how can we prioritize sustainability? And it looks at this energy pyramid of, trying to conserve, of course, cost savings, trying to find more energy efficiencies, managing that energy demand, and then moving forward to that renewable energy piece. So the question too that we're discussing frequently is how can we better control and maintain our buildings when it's pointing to our buildings needing to be more energy efficient. And so we will be able to report, once we have a handle on that, we'll be able to report and show progress. This is the hope, the aim, to show progress on this from an annual report, like an annual report standpoint. So some strategic energy plan goals. This is just a snapshot. I mean, energy is a massive piece, but it also includes our sustainability is so broad. It includes our economic health, education and outreach, alternative modes of transportation, just like us wanting to become a car optional city. Everything is sort of aligning with our major planning here in the city. And this is just to show you like the first 10 years snapshot. Finalizing and adopting the strategic energy plan is top of the list. And then trying to execute some funding streams, performing energy audits. We've already kind of been, it's vendors knocking on the door, ready to help us get there and try to really try to find some energy conservation measures, creating programs and trying to optimize our project management. And then there's the feasibility studies and trying to see what can we do and how that merges with our capital infrastructure plans and all these different things we have going on in the city. And this is just to kind of point to our the international panel of climate change. That's the global outlook and how there's sustainability development goals. Where do we align in that? The city of Greensboro was awarded, we're certified silver. We want to be a certified platinum city eventually. So we're going to have to really crank up and do more climate action and be more, when it's talking solar or nuclear and all of these latest energy innovations, we want to create studies and create and change our policies internally so that they're in alignment as well. So, if we can get our strategic energy plan adopted, the immediate objectives is assessing this data universally, and that can be already kind of hard to get, trying to assess the data, working with Duke Energy. We're waiting on the carbon plan. It should be released here in a couple of weeks. So everyone's anticipating what will be in that plan. Building a foundation for long-term improvements of our buildings and our operations, engaging, being more in the, community, making people aware of some of the things that we're doing and hoping that it creates some sort of behavioral shift in the city. So it's one thing for us to release the strategic energy plan as the seat of the city, but the hope is that it influences our residential base as well. So expanding, as I mentioned earlier, expanding our city's current energy management system, implementing various control measures for reducing our energy and GHG emissions, and then the capability, listening in on what other, we get into not a competition, but it's interesting knowing where other municipalities are, releasing their strategic energy plan and what type of policies they're doing. So we have a municipal sharing system where, we're learning, all down the Southeast, what they're doing in Florida. City of Orlando is a certified platinum city. So what can we learn from them? Even though their population is different, but what can we do here in our city to make it a more sustainable place to be? And then reducing, of course, our energy consumption and our solid waste. So to be able to show these are some immediate things that I would love to be able to report next year around this time, and then, given a year, and then, answer some of the questions that everyone's wondering, well, where are we now? So if we can get this plan adopted and be able to really get to work, cranking up and doing a lot of the legwork, that is my hope, to be able to come back and show you the implementation plan and how, our progress each year. And so this slide is just basically going into some strategic energy plan outputs. This is directly from the SEP, just showing that, one of the requirements is preparing that updated GHG inventory every 2 years. Then the publication of that annual progress report, building that sustainability story here in Greensboro. And then just checking off so that, next year you can definitely see progress. That's my main objective here. And then we've created a webpage that's still, somewhat, it's live, but it's still being added to. And then this is our web email address. Do we have any questions?
No, I just want to, I don't have a. you want
I
me to-
just wanted to acknowledge the CSC and Jeff Sovich and all of the people that are here. I see Nicole have some words she wants to say eventually as well. And our CSC liaison, I really appreciate it. And those that are on the call as well. for all of the support.
I'll say something in a few minutes. Did you want to say something? Or you want to hear the speakers? or-
Yeah, why don't we go to the speakers?
Oh, we have speakers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nicole? Okay, Bill? Thank you for your patience in waiting through this very long meeting.
Well, the energy level is still up there, though. I'm glad you're committed to this. Yeah, I'm right. I'm Bill McNeil. I live at 1014 Gretchen Lane in Greensboro. I'm part of the Solar Power Now coalition that encouraged you and your predecessors to adopt the resolution 3 years ago that has led us to this point. We've been following the development and drafts of the plan and are here tonight to encourage you to adopt it and to get on with implementing. There are some very strong recommendations in the plan. Among them, a commitment to environmental justice so that the most vulnerable people in the community can benefit from the energy transition and not be harmed by it. And also some immediate implementation signs of moving toward a solar array at the Osborne plant and assessing the feasibility of solar array on the rooftop of Central Library. So we've all seen a lot of plans and promises and pledges and resolutions. Some of them sort of fall flat and sit on a shelf. So I would encourage you not to let any dust gather on this plan, that you follow through with the city manager and his establishing the Office of Sustainability and hiring the Chief Sustainability Officer to pursue this. It's my hope, our hope, I think citizens around the city would hope that we will see in the year ahead movement on the recommendations in this plan that will go well beyond a resolution, well beyond a pledge or a promise, and turn it all into action. So thank you for your consideration on this.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Vaughn and distinguished council members. I feel like I'm the closer because we have a new Chief Sustainability Officer. We have an enthusiastic group of folks that we're working with. And I first came up and I wanted to go down memory lane, Mayor Pro Tem Yvonne Johnson, because in 2008, you and Dr. Bob Powell sat around a table and thought about this idea of a sustainability council. And you would make recommendations and you would provide the research and the coordination and the will to lead us into a more sustainable city, thus giving us our name, Greensboro. Well, I've been a part of the Sustainability Council for a little while. I recognize everyone on this council, and I believe everyone knows that I'm very enthusiastic about this group of people, and especially enthusiastic about this Dr. Doris Dand. It is about time. So I'm just going to be a cheerleader. I'm going to echo what Bill McNeil mentioned. Don't forget about our communities at risk. Don't forget about our tree canopy, because it is in recommendation 6. I am paying attention to that one. Recommendation 6 says no net loss of tree canopy. As I was surrounded by developers, let's hope that our developers work along with us, because we need our tree canopy in all neighborhoods, specifically Sharon Hightower on East and Roundaman Road. I grew up near Roundaman Road when I came to Greensboro, and it needs a little bit more assistance than we're offering it. And this is the opportunity to fit that into this narrative.
I am just so excited about the subcommittees that we have. Food waste, tree canopy. So the Sustainability Council has expanded. We're a solid group. We've got a great plan. And we hope that it'll be approved or passed with your approval. Thank you.
All those are speakers. I just want to personally thank you for all the work that you have done. I'm just happy. I'm happy, happy, happy. I just want to suggest that to the manager and to the commission that we look at how we can create a curriculum for our schools, because I believe our children are our future. And I think when they get on their parents about things, they listen a lot of times. I know when we had the water shortage, it was a lot of times the young people that really helped us save a lot of water when we had all those rules and so forth. But I just want to thank you. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for the work that you've done. It's made my heart sing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Doristan, I just wanted to say I am thrilled that we are coming to this evening before the end of the year. We're not going to put it off anymore. I think, you know, over past years, long time ago, when it was first started, things were brought forward and we kept having to delay and delay. And, you know, a lot of time through no one's fault. But, you know, it's very exciting for me as the liaison. I see brand new members in attendance, Mr. Baker in the back, you know, Nicole Gaines as the current chair, Vicky Faust as the previous chair, Jeff Sovich was here earlier, Bill, everyone who's been in support of this, and to see how far it has come, even over just what, Vicky, the last 3-4 years. This is phenomenal. This is what it's about, people. You know, sometimes it takes government a little while to get going on something, but here we go. And then all of a sudden that momentum, and it's like, we can't let it stop now. We've got that momentum going. Sure, it took 10 years, 15 years, maybe even, but we've got it going and we don't want it to stop. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart. You make me happy every single day, knowing that all of these things are coming forward. All of these things are being done. The city is on board 100%. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at this point tonight. We wouldn't have this lady standing with us being our chief sustainability officer. So the commitment of this city, the commitment of each and every one of you, I would dare say, I can't, no, I better not say that, but you know, just watching this commission work and the council work every single time, it's just really one of those things that I am so proud of in this city. And the fact that you not only are working towards this goal, but you're also thinking about the human rights part of it with the environmental justice. That's, and Dr. Wells, I know you're a cheerleader on that, as all of us are, but you know, just I will quickly end. I know it's been a long night, but to me, this is one of the most important things that I think that this city has done in recent years, especially on sustainability, especially on seeing it move forward. So thank you all very, very much.
I'll also say thank you to Chair Gaines and to all the members of the CSC. You know, I've only been on council now since September of 2021, but I've had an opportunity to engage and work with and collaborate with, and you all are an exciting group. You have lots of ideas, you have lots of passion, and it really comes through. I also want to thank Councilwoman Boozlewaiter for all the work that she's done with the CSC over the years. And I'm really excited, and you've heard this before, but I'm really excited about our new Chief Sustainability Officer, Dr. Doristan. I have kept her busy. Every time I have an opportunity, I give her a call. As a matter of fact, she was preparing to head off out of town at Thanksgiving, and I was fixing my collard greens, but we found our way downtown. Y'all know I like food. We found our way downtown for an opportunity and we talked about it, and it's just the focus that we now have. We have a great team. We had a great team already, but now that team, we've added the focus. And anybody knows that you can have all the focus and passion you want, but you need to put some dollars behind it. So, Mr. City Manager, we're looking for in our very next budget, making sure that we have the monies to do sustainability, because sustainability is economic development. They aren't mutually exclusive. And so I'm really excited about what we've done in the past, what we're doing now, and how the future looks for our sustainability. Thank you all.
Cut your speaker on. Thank you.
That we got the silver award, the silver lead. And I don't know if people realize how important that is and how prestigious that is, that one, it is a worldwide designation. And when we got ours a couple of years ago, we were in a small handful of cities throughout the entire globe that got it. So that is something that we need to be really proud of. And I know that our goal of coming out of the retreat was that we would be a gold lead city. We put in the application, you put in the application, the city. And we found out that we were a silver. So now we do want to be a platinum city. So I'm really proud of the work that our city does on sustainability. Thank you.
Call the question.
So we do have a motion by Mrs. Boozwaiter, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
Thank you.
I was gonna say yes for you.
please, you may.
Is yours coming?
8-0. I know it is.
Councilmember Holston,
So that passes 0. Yep. Let's see. So now we are going to take items I5 through I10 together. Mr. Borchers, thank you for hanging out with us. I know this is, we're going to spend a lot of money right now. Ordinance, item I6 is an ordinance to amend the Water Resources Capital Project Revenue Bond Fund amount to amend funding for the Liberty Road Phase 3 Water and Sewer Line Construction Project in the amount of $3,819,341. Item I7 is a resolution approving a change order to contract 2022-006A in the amount of $3,500,000 with State Utility Contractors, Inc. for the Greensboro Randolph Mega Site Sandy Creek Sewer Lift Station Project. Item I8 is an ordinance to amend the Water Resource Capital Project Revenue Bond Fund budget to amend funding for the Sandy Creek Lift Station Construction Project in the amount of $3,500,000. Item I9 is a resolution approving an additional $20 million in reimbursement funds with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for utility construction services for the Greensboro Randolph Mega Site. And item I10, an ordinance to amend the Water Resources Capital Project Revenue Bond Fund budget to amend funding for the Greensboro Randolph Mega Site construction project in the amount of $20 million. So we need to take those separately. Can I have a motion on I5?
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes,
Just for the record, Madam Mayor, I think you need to read item 5.
You didn't read I5.
I skipped I5?
Uh-huh.
Oh, we'll have to come. Oh, I don't have it on my sheet.
Just, no, it's back. It's the, turn back a page. There you go.
All right, so we will vote on I5, which is a resolution approving change order number 2 in the amount of $3,819,340.74. 74 cents is very important. For contract 2020-041A with Jimmy R. Lynch and Sons, Inc. for Liberty Road Water and Sewer Improvement Phase 3 project. Do I have a motion on I-5?
Yes, you did, Goldie and myself.
Okay,
Oh, was that the one for Jimmy Lynch? I hate this damn thing.
so that is moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
And change my vote, Mayor, to a no.
Well, this is the first time you're voting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Last one was I-6. I skipped I-5. Council, please vote.
Madam Mayor, for the record, those votes were recorded in I-5 and we can adjust the record. Member Hightower.
Council, please vote. Sharon, you are a no on I-5?
I'm a no on 5. It's Jimmy R. Lynch. Mhm.
Councilmember Hoffman.
Nothing's coming up to vote.
Nope.
And that passes 7-1. Now we will go to I-7, a resolution, I-7, I just need a,
Madam Mayor, we do need a vote for I-6.
I-6 next.
we
That
voted
last-
on I-6. That's what I,
The last one was
voted
reflected to I-5.
so moved by Mr. Holston. Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower, I-6,
Yeah,
and that passes 8-0.
I
Um,
can't. I don't know.
I-7,
Move I-7. Oh, well, it's okay, you got Holston. Move move I-7.
by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote.
Ah,
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
that passes 8-0. Item I-8. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
that passes 8-0. Item I-9,
second.
moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
that passes 8-0. Item I-10. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
and that passes 8-0. Item I.11, resolution approving bid in the amount of $10,226,838.61 and authorizing execution of contract 2023-001 with Blythe Construction for the resurfacing of streets projects. Moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
Could you tell me what the what is the percentage of minorities is involved in this contract?
10%.
How much?
10%.
10, okay,
Yeah. Mhm.
thank
It
you.
was 10 and 10. Yes, ma'am.
Council, please vote. Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
and that passes 8-0. That is the end of our agenda. We will now move on to boards and commissions. If you would state who the person is replacing, Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Hightower?
No, I don't have any. I need to straighten some things out. Thank you.
Mrs. Thurm? Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd like to replace John Forbes on the Piedmont Water Authority with Robert Ball.
That's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And then I would like to propose that Mike McKinney serve on the Minimum Housing Standard Board.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Holston?
None this evening.
Comments? Mrs. Hightower?
I would like to ask staff to go back and look at when we had red light cameras, what happened that we stopped using them? I know the concern was that the money went to the school. But at this point, people are getting killed tremendously. So I would like to kind of look back at that and see if that's something we could do.
We'll be happy to get that for you.
All right. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
Any comments tonight? Just wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Well, I wanted to say happy holiday to everyone. Whatever you're celebrating, I wish you the best and be safe and be blessed.
Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Thurm?
I just want to congratulate neighborhood development on the progress that's been made on the pallet homes in the past few days. It's been amazing to see the pictures each day and the progress. And to thank all city staff. Once I had the opportunity to really look at the blueprints and see the planning that went into that project, it's obvious that a lot of effort was made, and I'm very excited about the project and look forward to it being a big success for the winter.
I agree with you, especially as we're looking at the temperatures this coming week. I think that our shelters are going to be full and we need all the space we can possibly get. I would like to wish everybody a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, however you choose to observe the holidays. This is usually a fun time of year. Let's keep families in mind who are missing loved ones this year. Mr. Bushwaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have just a few things. I normally keep them really, really short, so I'm going to try to. I did want to say, I think everyone here, give congratulations to our city clerk, Angela Lord, who she got the International Institute of Municipal Clerks Master Municipal Certification.
Yay.
Yay. Sorry, I almost couldn't get all that out. So congratulations to our city clerk. I do want to give some condolences. Many of you remember our postmistress, Enola Mixon. I just found out that she passed away December 9th. And the funeral was today. But I do want to express condolences. I honestly did not know until I read this morning. So Enola Mixon, our dear friend Lenora Billings Harris, her husband unexpectedly passed away last week. And Charles Rodenbow, many of you know him as a historian in Greensboro, did quite a few things in our community. Let's see. Our Human Rights Department held a combined meeting with commissions under the Human Rights Department. Mrs. Thurm, Mrs. Hightower, and I were there as their liaisons for the different commissions, and it was a really well-attended and nice event. Just two more quick things. In January, I and several others go with the Mothers Standing Against Gun Violence and Families Against Senseless Killings. They are asking for, and this refers back to what Dr. Wells was speaking to last meeting. They are asking for a month-long moratorium on gun violence in the city of Greensboro. And they're going to have on January 14th, it's going to be called the GOAT Awards, the Greatest of All Time Awards at the Carolina Theater. And I'll give you the address to go online in a moment. But this is to kind of lift up people in our community who are always behind the scenes or who have small businesses and are never lifted up and awarded and never in the limelight, but they do so much work. So I would encourage you to go to theorangefamilies.org. The color for the Mothers Standing Against Gun Violence and Families Against Senseless Killings is orange. So they combined to do this event, theorangefamilies.org, and all of the information is on there. So if anybody needs that, I'll be happy to send it to you. And last on my list, I wanted to wish my husband on December 11th, we had our 46th wedding anniversary. That have to tell him, happy anniversary. So thank you all so much. And everyone have a happy holiday. Merry Christmas if you celebrate, and happy holidays and safe travels if you are traveling. Thank you so much.
So Madam Mayor, before whoever's next, I do have one thing I need to say to everybody. Can you hear me?
Does
Madam?
Sharon need to go?
No, I said, I just need to remind everyone to pray for the family that lost the 3 children. Their services tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. at New Jerusalem. And it's been a very rough time. So please keep them in your thoughts and your prayers. Thank you.
Yes, I will say that today I was very happy to attend along with Councilwoman Abuzawager the War Memorial Holiday Luncheon, the annual holiday luncheon, which is always a great event there at the Coliseum. And just want to recognize Doug Davis, who served his 25 years with the city and is now retiring. He and his wife Wanda plan to do a lot of kayaking and camping and fishing. And he's so looking forward to it. So Doug, to you and Wanda, congratulations to you for your 25 years. Thank you for sharing that time with us. We really do appreciate it. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. I have more.
Keep it to yourself.
But I'm sorry, one more thing. Can you hear me?
It was.
Okay, I'll simply say to everyone to have a safe and happy holiday season. And we'll see you next year.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you very much. Just wanted to wish you happy holidays, happy new year. Come on. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Mr. City Attorney?
I'll echo that, but I'll say goodnight.
Thank you. Move to adjourn?
Absolutely.
All in favor, say aye.
2 eyes.
Opposed? We are adjourned.